got a no touching sign. I feel like I shouldn't run. You're blocking the exit with your life. Addicted to light, center, always in the limelight. Show ya a real good time. Oh, I know you got something else for me. Like secret language, speaking in tongues. Snake like tongue tied, you on the run. Travel, dancing, I don't know what you are, you are, you are, you are. Summer, floating over my heart. We're both dancing over the dark side. I don't know who you are, you are, you are, you are. You got letters sprinkled all over your body. If I join up the dots, it makes me feel naughty. I feel like I shouldn't touch. You got a no touching sign. I feel like I shouldn't run. You're blocking the exit with your life. Touching sign. You're blocking the exit with your life.
G'day mates, how's it going? I'm back. I want to go to this one. God damn it. Why? I checked you 2 seconds ago. Goddamn pain in the butt. Bro, why do my streams always start off so scuffed? Why is there always something going wrong? I checked this, not like literally seconds before I started stream. I was broke again. Are you licking yourself or are you? Oh yeah, I don't care. Yeah, lick yourself, I don't care. Yeah, just don't lick the... Just don't lick the floor or the wall. I don't care if you lick yourself. How's everyone? Good? Bad? Creamy? Crunchy? Or my nose is like... How do I even say it? Like dry? Is that a good way of saying it? I don't know. What? Well, I can't hug you right now. I'm streaming. I think dry is a good way of saying it. Well, he's not runny, it's the opposite, so it's dry. Oh, Gus is still out. Must have had a big feed. Blame Simon. I do blame Simon. It's probably his fault. You can't sit on me. Yeah, I know that's what you're trying to do. You can't sit on me. Can you guys see the capture code? The game? Why is this telling me my audio is not good? I feel like you guys can hear me, right? Are you gonna try and get under the desk now? What are you doing? Bro, he's being weird. Being very weird. You guys can hear me, right? Because YouTube's telling me that there's no audio. For some reason. Jade. I'll get my phone. No, it's working. What? I don't know what YouTube's issue is. I don't get it. Anyway, do that. Where is... This is what I want. This one. Yeah, that one. Gaslight, yeah. He does it all the time, though. It does it a lot. Like, there was a stream a while ago that it kept telling me that the stream is dying. And then the stream was going to end in a couple minutes or something. And then it never did. And that was like 10 minutes into my stream. And then I think I streamed for 6 hours. And the entire time it was telling me the stream was going to end soon. Because the bitrate was all messed up or something. I don't know. But I'm pretty certain the stream was fine. So I don't know. YouTube's all over the place. Anyway, I got this first. Oh, you sent me more. Yeah, my family's crazy. I was talking to my mother about it yesterday. And explaining to her that, like, I get TikToks, right? That are like, oh, I remember the time when my younger brother, my younger sister brought me breakfast in bed for my birthday and all this sort of stuff. I told my mother, I was like, it's so weird to me because that we never once did that ever. Instead, what we would do is like attack each other with weapons. Like, my sister once stabbed me with scissors. And then after she stabbed me and realized she stabbed me, proceeded to say, oh, I didn't think that I would actually stab you. But, you know, when you're lunging at someone with like a sharp object, what do you think's going to happen? Right? So yeah, she stabbed me with scissors. She stabbed me with a butter knife. She threw a butter knife at me. That lodged into my knee. I still have a scar. What else? Oh, she threw, I don't know what it was. I think it was you know those hammers, the mallets you use to like tenderize meat. We had like a metal one. I think that's what she threw at me. But I was like across the room. I can't remember what we were arguing about something, and she threw that at me. Like I once took skewers you use for like kebabs. I took one of them and I got a rubber band and I shot it at her and it went into her leg. And she had like a hole in her leg. And then like my brother, he once slammed I was like, I think I've said this story before. I had a tube in my mouth and I was just going and making noises with it. And he slammed that down my throat. I had to go to the hospital. And then years later, I had a fire poker and I was poking the fire. And it'd been in the fire for a very long time at this point. I took it out, put it on his foot. So when I say feral, that's the type of feral I mean. We were constantly just hurting each other. Like, I'm trying to think. Were we ever like? I don't know if we were ever like. Oh, he's like. I don't think have I ever bought my sister a birthday present? I don't think I have. And I don't think she's ever bought me anything either. I don't know. We're just not like that. So unhinged would be more fitting. Nah, we're just feral. We're just feral. This is normal though. In Australia, this is normal. So I mean, like, we're not weird. This is actually just normal. It's just that we took it a little bit. Nah, I don't even think we did. Because like I have a friend who has a scar on his forehead from his sister, where she I can't remember what it was. I think it was a frying pan or something. It was in the kitchen, and they were arguing, and I think he said he kicked her as hard as he could in her vagina because he was mad, and she just spun around and smashed him in the head with a frying pan and split his head open. So it's not just us. It seems pretty normal here in Australia. I don't know. I think the rest of the world's weird, giving each other fucking breakfast in bed and birthday presents. What's wrong with you people? You're too mushy. Oh, bro. What is this? I have like sleep in my eyes. I get it out. Every time I get it out, I'm like, yeah, it's gone. And then I feel more. I'm so hot right now, but I'm also really cold. I don't know how to explain it. I'm like on fire, but I'm also like kind of chilly. My head's really hot. Anyway, we're starting the stream off with this. Pirate Software. He said something that was actually not bad. Right? What? Oh, Nelku's live. Bro, why am I live? I should just go watch her instead of me being live.
Games for the last 5 to 6 years have been cheaper than they ever have been because of digital
I don't know about that one, right? I don't know about that one for the rest of the world. I don't have any idea. It's the next part that I agree with.
distribution. With the way that the economy is going, I am unsurprised that they are raising prices. As a consumer, I am unhappy about this. As a game developer, I think it's going to deter people from buying games. People do not have enough
Yeah, so that's what I agree with, because less and less people in Australia now buy games because they're so expensive. They're at a all-time high. I think he means in America, right? Because he's American. So when he says that they were all-time cheap, I think he means American, like in America, and I think it's because most games are on Steam as well, and Steam has sales and stuff, right? But I think the main thing is I think he means in America. And the reason why they can be cheap in America is because they're super expensive everywhere else, right? So I feel like they make more of their money from other countries than they do from America. But him saying that less and less people are going to buy games is entirely true, right? My friend buys one game every couple months, and when he does, he takes the other, like the game he bought previously, takes that in with him, trades it in to buy the next game, right? So he gets a little bit off. The last game I bought was Monster Hunter. Before that was an old game. It wasn't even a new game. It was an older game because it was cheap. I think Monster Hunter is the newest, like, new game that I bought, and that cost me $120. So I do the same thing. I'm like, that's why I was either going to buy Assassin's Creed Shadows or Monster Hunter, and I bought Monster Hunter because I didn't want to spend $250 in one go to buy two video games. So instead, I bought one, right? And it's been proven too with statistics that less and less people are buying video games in Australia. AAA games cost 2007 in America $50 to $60. Yeah, and then that's what I mean. And then over here it's 120. So it's like double the price over here. So they'd be making more of their money from us. 2023 is in America is $70 to $80. But you also got to remember too, like, is that PC games or what? Because I think he's also comparing it with the fact that consoles are better than what they were back then. So it's, people do that thing where they're like, it's worth this amount of money because the graphics and all that are better, right? So they think it's like equivalent. Does that make sense? Did that make any sense? He is talking about the average. Average price of a PC game on Steam was $15.50. See, I don't really do Steam. Yeah, but do you know why the indie industry is booming though? Because of games getting more expensive. That's why. But what I'm saying is like America is going to go the way that Australia has, where people are going to put way more thought into buying a video game than what they used to. Because before, people would just go, oh yeah, that game looks good, I'll buy it. And that'd be the end of their thought. Right? Whereas now, and it's been this way in Australia for ages. That's never, like, we've had the mindset of, oh, whatever game I'm gonna buy, I'm gonna play it for a long time till I can get money to buy another game, right? Because they're so expensive. Oh my ear, it's itchy. Well, I don't think he's wrong in that. Like the first part, I have no idea, but I don't agree with that. But this part, the part where he's talking about how they're going to end up selling less games because of this, I agree with that.
Disposable income to blow it on $80 games. They don't. And we've already seen this in Australia, where generally sales.
Yeah, look at this. By the way, this 100, I don't know what website has he got this from? I'm trying to think what this looks like. Because this was $115. Monster Hunter. It wasn't 109. The 115. So the only reason that this is 109 is maybe this is Big W? Because they do sales even when the games just come out. Like they don't care. I don't know why. Otherwise, I don't understand why it's cheaper.
Of games are dramatically lower because the
Bro,
purchasing.
Look at how much Dragon Age is. $44. This cat game is more money than this. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. What? That's right. I forgot about that. We need to play that game. Everybody wants to play Hello Kitty. Oh, Split Fiction is out. Like $60. Might get it. But yeah. So it's been this way for a very long time for Australia. So like when you have like 3 games like this, right? Monster Hunter, is that golf? I think it's golf. And then wrestling, like 3 games, $110 each. You're not gonna go to the store and go, I'm gonna buy all the new games. You're gonna go there and go, okay, which one do I want to buy now? And play until I have enough money to get the next one. And America is now starting to go that way. The only issue with this, right, is that America's has gone up to $80, whereas ours is going up even more because of it.
Purchasing power of an Australian dollar is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of a US dollar, but they pay the Australia tax of 20 to 30%.
20 to 30%. Yeah, okay, bro. Is that why when a new Nintendo game comes out and you Americans are like, it's $60. There's going to be DLC. I don't want to buy it. I'm not paying extra money on top of that. It's $60 is too much. Meanwhile, it cost me $100. That's more than 30%, bro.
% more. And I think what's going to happen is it's going to crash the gaming market in these areas. So, am I surprised this is happening? No. Do I think it's good for games? No. You hardly buy games under $50. You're going to see more and more of indie renaissance. That's it. you're going to see more and more indie renaissance
And
games for the.
but you know what the most annoying part about all this is, right? When you bring it up to the companies, right? Their reason is that it costs more to make the games because the games look better than what they used to. And then you compare, like, they put more effort and stuff and all this sort of shit. That's their reasons, right? But then you compare games that come out today to games that come out like fucking 10, 15 years ago. And it's like, not much has changed. Bro, look at Assassin's Creed 2 and like the fucking clip I showed. Was it last stream or stream before? Are you telling me you paid more money for voice actors when there's clearly an AI stupid bitch talking about shiitake mushrooms? Like, what? Like, don't charge me more money and say that you took longer and you spent all this extra money on it and all this crap when you clearly didn't. Fuck demo for the new Switch 2 feature. You need to pay for fuck demo now? What do you mean? What? Oh no, my battery's low. I'm charging my phone. And I use the same cord. Oh well. I guess my phone will just have to die. I don't need it anyway. The demo they showed? So, the Switch 2, right? The demo game that teaches you everything, every new feature. Oh, yeah, that stupid... Is that stupid game where it was like they were playing on top of a Nintendo Switch controller or whatever? Is that the thing you were talking about? That thing was dumb. I don't know any idiot who's like playing that. Console? Was it a console? I just remember seeing it on the controller. Like the, what is it, Joy-Con? There was like a little character running around on it. Hey, look in my fucking lounge. Don't get me started on the Switch too, right? That thing. So I think it's gonna be a good console, right? But the chat feature thing, so dumb. They clearly spent way too much time doing that and trying to get that to work properly. That thing is so fucking stupid. Like, who cares? Just allow Discord to be on the Switch, which I'm pretty certain it already can, I think. Thinking that the 3DS had a demo game that showed the feature of the 3DS. Did it? I don't know. It was fuck free. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I never play demos. I don't care about demos. But like, PlayStation has its like its party mode or whatever, and it's fine. But you can also download Discord on the PlayStation, and like, Discord's just better, right? I haven't tried it, but I've heard that it's just better. And 4 games pre-installed that showed off the new features. Oh, okay. You see, I never played any of those. I just played I just played Pokemon or whatever I bought. So yeah, the chat feature thing is so dumb, and it just looks like Discord anyway. So you might as well just integrate Discord into the Switch, right? The chat thing was stupid. I was like, you know, I don't care about that. I don't know anyone who would. And then the other thing that I thought was really stupid about the Switch 2, what was it? There was something I didn't like. Oh, the stupid sharing feature, game sharing thing. They let Discord, they can't make more money. Yeah, well, I assume I did. Did they say that the chat feature costs money? I think they did, right? Like, I think it's like so you have like Nintendo Online, and then I think you have to spend a little extra to get a different type of Nintendo Online to be able to use the chat thing. I think, right? I think that's what they were doing. I didn't pay full attention to it because it was something I didn't care about, like at all. What was I talking about before that? Bro, being sick sucks. My mind is all over the place. The chat feature, I don't like that. What was the other thing? What did I say? I already forgot. I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, bro, my niece like destroyed my brain the other day when she was here. Bro, dealing with young people, it like melts your brain. It's crazy. Shit, I'm trying to think what I was just saying. So I don't like the chat. The chat feature was stupid. I thought that was dumb. Oh, that's what it was. The game sharing thing, right? So with PlayStation, I'm pretty certain. I don't know if there is or not, but there's like I've heard Luke Stevens talk about it. There's like a family mode or something on it. I don't have it, right? Because I'm the only one that plays on the PlayStation. But it's like this family account or something that you can share games between. I don't think you have to pay money for that. I'm not sure, right? I think it's just a feature. And I think there's the same thing on the Xbox. Or if you do have to pay for it, you just pay for that, and then everyone can play whatever game the main account buys, right? But that's like indefinitely, right? They just play the game as long as they want. They don't have to like really do anything. Whereas Nintendo is like, hey, you can rent it for 2 weeks, but then it goes back to the main account, so then you have to rent it again if you want to keep playing it. Oh, and you have to give us money to be able to use that feature. It's like, what? It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like, you're just doing what other consoles have already done. You're just copying them and doing it worse. They do that a lot. They copy things but do it worse all the time. Looking for shiny sphere again, but this time I got sphere perfected. Okay. Well, good luck. Bro, your name's so long. Thunder Zolt's long lost orange. Just gonna call you Thunder. But yeah, the voice chat thing, and then yeah, that sharing thing was so dumb. I wish that they had focused more on games. Right? Like the console looks great, playing games on it probably looks great, so I don't really care about that. What I cared about was having more games the moment that the Switch came out to play. You know what I mean? Because like, what do we got that's new? We only got like 1 or 2 new games, right? And they're not even like big titles. It's just like Mario Kart, which I don't care about. And then you got to wait a month, and then you get Donkey Kong. So I wish they had just focused more on games instead of adding a chat feature. If that makes sense. I forgot to pull this up. Some people are saying these choices could lead into a Wii 2 or a Wii U. No, I don't think so, right? Because like so there's multiple reasons why the Wii flopped, right? Like the Wii U. But one of them was that I'm pretty certain the Wii U games could still be played on the Wii, right? But even if they couldn't, the Wii U came out alongside DS's, right? So people were just playing DS, right? I think that's one of the main things that happened. Whereas this console's just coming out alone. There's no like handheld console coming along with it. And when it comes out, all games that were on the Switch, they'll place like they won't make games for the Switch anymore. They'll make games for the Switch 2, right? Or they'll slowly phase out the Switch, which will make you need to buy the Switch 2 if you want to continue playing Nintendo games. But if they had like a handheld console that they were bringing out at the same time, or like that was already out, like they did with the DS, then yeah, for sure. But I don't think this Switch is gonna do as good as the Switch 2. I mean, the Switch 2 is gonna do as good as the Switch, but I don't think it's gonna do as bad as what you think. Good thing I live in the UK. Price is gonna stay the same. I don't know what the fuck is happening in America. America's going to shit. I guess. But I think it's what did I say it was like $700 over here. I think right, which isn't that bad in comparison. I don't know if it's changed though. I haven't looked. But I'm gonna wait until Donkey Kong comes out to get one. Because so far the only game I want to play that's on it, well that we've seen, is Donkey Kong. For me, it's €400. What, the Switch 2? What? That's so cheap. Oh, good. Fuck you, Zigzagoon. Zigzagged bitch. Oh, and I heard that there's no physical game cartridges or something. Like the cartridge doesn't have the game on it. It just has a code that will install a downloaded version or something. Trust that is not cheap, bro. It's $700 for us. It's $400 for you. How much is the original Switch? The first Switch. If you had to buy one of them right now, how much is that? Because they used to be $600, the OLED ones. But they've gone down to $550 or something like that, or $540 since the Switch 2's coming. But they used to be $600. Like $230. Yeah. That's way better than what we have to pay. Meow. I missed it. Bro, I've been so burpy. Yeah, it was so fun the other night, right? Because my niece stayed over, but at the same time, oh my god, It's so much work looking after that fucking ball of energy. Salaries in the UK are shit though. What do you mean? How much money do you make, like an average job? How much do you make a week? Trubbish! Oh. Like, and you've been shiny, Trubbish. I was like, what is the... Wait, I haven't looked this up in fucking forever. What is the average? Because I know what people around me make. Average... And they're not average. They're on a higher... They're on a little bit higher wage. Average wage in Australia. Average full-time weekly wage is... No, it's not. Is $2,000 a week. No, it's not. What? No one I know makes that much. What are you talking about? That's not... What? Are you joking? That is not the average. Like, I know of like 10 people who only make $800. What are you talking about? Where did they get these statistics? And an average of $43 an hour. What are you talking about? Bro, who did they like go to for these statistics? That's insane. Yeah, 38. So if you're getting $800 a week, right? It's 38,000 a year, roughly. The average is like 35,000. Yeah. So we're averaging around the same. Right. I'm not going off that statistic. That statistic's so far off, it's a joke. Like, my nephew just started working at McDonald's, and if he was to work 5 days a week, he would only make $600. Right. Because he's like just entered. But like the average work, like, because I've worked a bunch of different jobs, right? And I know a bunch of people that are still working. Majority of them are still only making 800 and something dollars a week. So that fucking $2,000 a week is fucking full of shit. What the fuck? I don't think I know anyone who makes that much money. That's ridiculous. What? So yeah, we're making about the same. And then our consoles are 700. Yours is 400. Bro, that's mental. What? I want to know where they went to get those statistics. That's insane. Bro, I know someone who's like in a decent position and they don't even make that much. Like, he's like a manager and stuff and he doesn't make that. That's crazy. The tax is like 20%, and the tax gets higher the more you earn. That's the same over here. Like, if you so $800 is after tax, right? The the tax, if you were getting $800, I would say before tax you were getting probably like nearly 1,100. It would be like 1,000, like 60 something ish, and then you get taxed, and it like knocks it down to like $800 roughly. So and if you say you were getting, because I did have a job where I was getting over 1,000 a week, it was like I think it was I think I was getting like 1,180 ish dollars. after tax, but before tax it was like closer to fucking 1,600. I think it was like no wait, I think it was over 1,600. I think it was like 1,640 or something like that. I was getting before tax, and then they would tax me and knock it down to like 1,100 ish, something like that. How much do you make now? I don't work now. I do this. This is what I do. I play games and be an idiot online, and sometimes, sometimes watch videos. But I know a lot of people who still work. Like one of my cousins is a manager in a high position, and he was getting, I think he quit recently, but he was getting like $1,600, I think. But before tax, it was like closer to 25 or something. So, yeah. By the way, that average statistic was after tax. They think the average after tax is $2,000. For that to be the case, you would have to be making like 2,800 before tax, if not more. So I don't know where they got that statistic from. Touch me. So yeah, we're about the same. Anyway, I don't know what this video is about. It's just a new Turkey Tom video. It popped up while I was gonna start stream. So like I guess we could watch this. Have you seen well actually it's only 2 hours. So I would assume that you haven't seen this, Benny. Roman Polanski? I don't know who that is. I'm probably gonna get the Mario Kart bundle because I ain't spending $70 on that shit. I don't want Mario Kart. I don't I don't like Mario Kart. So I'm just gonna buy just the console maybe. And by the time like a month after its release, maybe it might go down a little bit. I don't know. But I want Donkey Kong. That's what I want. Know about him already? I don't know about him. This is the video.
Century, Hollywood has been the
Holy crap, that's so loud. Bro, why is it so loud? Maybe there? Bro, what the fuck? $130 for the bundle? That's really good. Yeah, but I will never play Mario Kart. To me, if I bought the bundle with Mario Kart, I wouldn't play Mario Kart, so it's just a waste of money. You get what I mean? It's like it'd be like the same thing if which PlayStation? I don't remember which PlayStation it was, but one of the PlayStations had like a bundle with Destiny. You get like a Destiny PlayStation with the Destiny game, right? That would be a waste of money for me because I don't like first person shooters. It's like why would I buy that when I could just buy a normal one? So like it's the same thing. I don't like Mario Kart. I will never play Mario Kart, so I might as well just buy a normal one. Because I think it's hold up, I'll tell you exactly how much it is. I think it's like 700 and something dollars for the Mario Kart one. We'll go JB because that's usually the cheapest. usually around here. What was it? Okay, so $700, right? $699 for the Nintendo Switch 2 console. For it with Mario Kart is $770. So I can save myself $70 by just buying the console. And then how much is Donkey Kong? Do they even have a price for that? Bro, the Mario Kart game is $114 if you were to buy it separate. Donkey Kong is $104. God damn it, why are you so expensive? Why are you so expensive, Donkey Kong? I just want a Donkey and Kong on things. Yeah, here you go. So, Nintendo Switch console OLED model is $540. And then the normal one is $470 for just the normal Switch. Bro, Joy-Cons are $120. What? Why? Why wouldn't you just buy a Pro controller? It's like $70, I think. For me, it's like 60. Oh, what, the difference in price? Yeah. How much is Donkey Kong for you? This is $104 for me. That's the only game I want.
The heart of American creativity and a breeding ground for absolute monsters. And very few people embody this contradiction better than Roman Polanski, one of the greatest movie directors in history and a man whose crimes have
he's
left
a
a
movie
permanent stain
director.
on Hollywood and his legacy. An auteur and a
Wait.
degenerate. This is the story of Roman Polanski.
Okay, I need to turn down a little bit.
Raymond Roman.
Is he like that other guy? What was that other guy's name? The one that the big one. You know who I'm thinking of. What was his name? What was his name? You know what I'm thinking of. The big like movie director guy that was touching a lot of actresses. You didn't watch this video on stream? Why? What's wrong with it? Bro, this guy looks like a puppet. Like, look at these like mouth wrinkle things. He looks like a puppet. What's wrong with it? What'd he do? Come here, touch me. Touch my body. Do it on the floor. It's like the diaper dude. Went on with diapers. What he did. Oh. Well, give me another video. When it goes for like an hour or two. What is this? A schizo fitness prankster? What? I give you a fitness prankster? What? Let's see. Okay. Well, we need someone. And the only reason I clicked on this was because it's new. And it popped up in here, notifications. Okay, now it's not here. Anyway, maybe because I clicked on it? I didn't look at it though. Oh wait, that says she was 13. That makes sense. Wait, didn't we Did we watch this? Am I crazy? Did we wait, did we
If
watch
I were
this?
to describe a sociopathic, self
Oh, maybe we didn't. I thought we watched this. Should we watch this? The sociopath YouTuber who destroyed his life. Hiding in my room. Is that his name? Or is that what he's doing? Who the fuck is this? Oh, Kaneki. I was gonna say, why does Gojo look like that? Should we just watch this? I thought we watched this. What did we watch? We watched something of Tom's last time, right? Wanted to watch it, but you decided against it. Oh, okay. Popular. Christian. Oh, that's hilarious. Bro, it's not even close. 7 mil, 13 mil. What's this one? Losers, Creeps, and Pedos. There's probably a reason I never watched that one. Puppy Chan? Who the fuck is Puppy Chan? Oh, wait. I think I did watch the Isabella Janky thing. It says I watched it. Wait. Yeah, I did. I watched it. See? If it has a like, that means I watched it. If it doesn't have a like, it means that I didn't actually watch it. It's just that YouTube thinks I watched it. If that makes sense.
How low would you go to get rich?
Booty Beauty? The name sounds familiar. Turkish Thomas. Booty Beauty. Yeah, I don't think I watched this. Oh, bro, there's like a playlist of lolcows. Is Cord Kitty like that other fucking weird... What's his name? The wolf guy? Kuro? Is that his name? The dark side of Aerosoft Fatty. What happened to Aerosoft Fatty? Is he still around? If you do the furry stuff? What do you mean? Wait, there's another Christian video. He made multiple Christian videos? Bro, look at how many I've watched. I've watched nearly all of these. That's actually kind of funny. I mean, I don't like lolcows. You like lolcows. Well, I haven't liked the videos, so now we have. And Quantum Kitty, both 30 minutes. Well, aren't we doing this one? I mean, we can do that. Where is it? There's Cord Kitty. And then, what did you say? Quantum Kitty. I already watched Quantum Kitty, but I guess we could do that.
One of the groups the internet loves to cringe at the most, and one they've been cringing at for decades at this point, is furries. What started as a minuscule fandom dating all the way back to the 80s has grown considerably in the digital
I guess
age,
that means that I
with
have
the
to
largest
just admit
in-person
that I'm a
convention,
furry, right?
Midwest
At this
Fur
point.
Fest, garnering 11,000 attendees. And people have taken notice. Most of the mockery is in good fun, and the general sentiment seems to be live and let live. That consenting adults can be a little eccentric if they want to.
Are all the furries into this diaper thing? The first furry? I don't know if I was the first. Probably also Chris Chan. I was the first to do anything. Is the diaper thing like a furry thing? Or is it just like a lot of people who also like furries like diapers? Look, there's Kuro the Wolf. It says I haven't watched it though. I swear I have. I swear I watched Kuro the Wolf. Because I know a lot about it. Found about retcon inside the Sonichu comics. Rose Shu is trans. Yeah, didn't that come up like later or something? Like, didn't I'm pretty certain later on.
too. But it's no
He admits
secret the
that
community has had its fair share of
Rose Chu
scandals
was
over the
a
years, which
dude
it
who
has
turned a
garnered
woman.
considerable negative attention for. Names like hypnotist Sappho and Kiro the
After
Wolf
he like
come to
transitioned
mind.
himself.
Many of these scandals have involved furries being exposed as
'Cause-
zoophiles or zoosadists.
Because at that point, right, it was okay because he had also done it. You know what I mean? It wasn't okay up to that point because you know that means that Roshu was a boy, so it wasn't okay. But after he transitioned, he was like, okay, it's okay now. I can say that's what happened.
Or outright admitting it themselves and trying to push for the acceptance of zoophilia.
I am a
So-
zoophile.
So, is this going to be a hot take? I don't know if this is going to be a hot take. I'm okay with furries, right? I think furries are fine. Furries great, right? Some people, furries that aren't that bad, right? But the ones that I'm not okay with is these ones. Why is Zigzagoon standing like that? What? Why was he on a lean? It's these ones, right? The zoophile ones, the ones that openly and bravely say that they're zoophiles. They're the ones that I don't like. Because they're the ones that are doing stuffed animals, right? Can you wait? Can you be a pedophile zoophile? Because like Kuro was doing it to puppies, right? Did that also make him like a pedophile? How does that work? I don't even know. Anyway, it's the zoophile ones that I don't like. All the other furries are fine. Oh, and also the one that wears like the furries that wear diapers. They're just fucking weird.
You did not mishear that. I am a zoophile.
Is this a woman?
I do not have a thing for humans. I am more attracted to dogs, like German shepherds.
This comes as no surprise, and it isn't hard to imagine why these kinds
Is
of
it
people would be
strange that
attracted
you
to
have,
the
like, a
furry fandom.
particular
Other
breed
questionable
that you like?
fetishes that are a part of this subculture have drawn everything from ridicule to ire from those outside of it. It's when these situations cross the line from someone's fetish or fantasy to actual real-life incidents involving abuse of real people or animals that things go from just cringe to outright abhorrent. The juvenile appearances of fursuits and often bubbly
Is that a word? Sounds like it could be a word. Abhorrent. It is a word.
Abhorrent.
Inspiring disgust and loathing. Repugnant. Oh, that's a good word.
Abhorrent.
Abhorrent. That's a good word. Good choice, Tom. Bro, Turkish Thomas. He's the best, isn't he?
personalities of the people donning them just makes these situations all the more dark. When something so sinister could be hiding just
The
beneath
brave
the
story
surface.
of Cord Kitty. So, was the one we were just listening to a
But
woman?
before I go any
that the one he's
further,
talking
this
about?
video is brought to you by today's sponsor, Bespoke
Sponsor.
Post. Bespoke
Ads.
Post is a monthly membership club delivering
Ooh,
awesome
fancy
boxes
knives.
of top-shelf goods from under-the-radar brands. It's free to join,
What?
and you can
What is
skip a
that?
month
Did you
or
put a
cancel
thing in
anytime.
the
Every
whiskey?
month,
Why are
they
you
introduce their
ruining the
members
whiskey?
to cool new products, outdoor gear, barware, home and kitchen goods, clothing, and more. All you have to do is fill out a preference quiz,
Okay.
and they'll let you know which boxes would best fit your personality. Every box has around $70 worth of goods inside, but costs you only a fraction of the value. You'll get a preview
the
of what
f-
comes
wait,
inside to decide if
hold
you
on.
like it, want
Did I say that right? What the fuck is going on with these whiskey glasses? How do you put them down? They've got to come with like special coasters or something, right? Bro, that's so weird. They're supposed to be like, it's supposed to be like an imitation of like a wine glass? Man, that's weird. I mean, I think it would feel good in the hand, like the hold, but like, bro, that'd be so annoying.
It costs you only a fraction of the value. You'll get a preview of what comes inside to decide if you like it, want to swap it for a different box, or skip the month entirely
still
for no
smoke
charge.
cigars?
You only pay for what you want. Bespoke Post sent me the Forge, the Billy, and the Parked boxes. The Forge box came with this really cool knife and a leather sheath, which feels very high quality. The Parked box includes this awesome camping chair, which is super easy to transport
Does the
around
Billy
in this
one
little
come with a
bag and is
bong?
surprisingly comfortable. And the Billy box comes with a camping coffee maker, a portable wood
That was
burning
close.
stove, fire starter, and a camp kitchen cleaning kit. To get 20%
close.
off your first box, click the link in the description and enter TurkeyTom20 at checkout, or go to
Fuck you, Turkey Tom.
bespokepost.com/turkeytom20.
I'll do what I want. I'm not listening to you.
Okay, now back to the video.
Tell me what to do.
Cord Kitty is a fursuiter based out of California. The 36-year-old,
Fursuiter?
whose real name is Gabriel, first became interested in the furry fandom during high school, and has been an active member of the community since the late 2000s, interacting on websites such as Fur Affinity, and attending dozens of conventions in person. His WikiFur page, yeah, there's a
What?
furry-specific Wikipedia, if you can believe that, contains a description of his Cord Kitty persona. The
No way. No way. Wiki fur. Holy shit. English. Bro, this website sucks in comparison to Wikipedia. Are these like all the cons that are coming up? Oh my god. It's telling me when the cons are coming up. Bro, this is a thing? I don't want to verify that I'm a human. I'm a furry. Are they being considered humans? Bro, this is insane. Mission and content. Please tell me. WikiFur's stated mission is to record information to use to the what? Of use to the furry community. What information could be useful to the furry community? In an attempt to distribute it to others, the mission has been widely interpreted, and WikiFur contains articles on art. Okay. Baby fur? What is a baby fur? I don't want to click on this. I don't think I want to click on this. It's going to take me to the baby fur part, but I don't know if I want to click on this. As a means of getting the truth out about contentious subjects like the baby fur community. God damn it, I'm clicking on it. What is the baby fur community? Baby furs may also be adult babies. Diaper lovers. God damn it. God damn it. I'm leaving this website. Fuck that website. Why does it always lead back to diapers, bro?
The backstory of which has also been illustrated in a comic.
You weird
Cord
diaper
Kitty
lover
was
people.
originally a human male named Chris. Chris was cursed when he ran over a cat during a drunken after-party drive. That unnamed cat had a karma spell which cursed Chris. The spell made Chris have to become Cord Kitty, with no memory of her previous.
Is it weird that his name is Chris? Are people named Chris just like weird people? Is the name Chris got a curse on it? Like what? First Chris Chan, now what was his name? Cord Kitty? I think people named Chris are just fucked. Like, trying to like work this out in my brain. So not all furries are fucking weird, right? But like the ones that are weird, are they all just insane? Is that what it is? You've forgotten the worst Chris of all? Adolf Chris Hitler? There's no way that was his middle name. Right? If that's the case, bro, that's insane. I was right. Never name your kid Chris unless you want them to do horrible things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so maybe crazy people just are like drawn towards similar things, and that so then like that then people are like, oh, the furry community are just insane people, right? But it's not really. It's just that they're also drawn to it. Does that make any sense? Because like it seems like there's a lot of crazy people in the furry community, right? But maybe it's just because the furry community is more welcoming. And then they just feel at home there, and that's why. Because I feel like not all furries are crazy, right? It wasn't his birth name. It's a stage name. Really? Well, wait. Well, Hitler would be his last name, though, right? Because wasn't his name Adolf? God damn you, Benny. Now I'm Googling Hitler. Uh, bro, this first sentence is incredible. Are you ready for this? Adolf Hitler was an Austrian-born German politician who was the director of Nazi Germany, or the dictator of Nazi Germany from 1933 until his suicide in 1945. If you just read that and you knew nothing about Hitler, you would just be like, oh, okay. He was just a politician and he killed himself. What? That's insane. I don't even know how the fuck you would say that name. What? Normally, doesn't it say like it? Normally, it'd say their name and then it would say born and then have their actual name, right? This doesn't do that. Preceded by. Wait, there was someone after him as president. Oh, I was gonna say there was another dictator after him. Wait, does he count as a? Does he count as a president? Bro, there's so much information on Hitler. I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, it's like, bro, why do you have so much? There's so many things. Cause of death, suicide by gunshot. Bro, there is so much information on here. Holy crap. Oh, he's such a cute little baby. God damn it. Bro, I never thought I'd be fucking saying Hitler was a cute baby. My God, there's so much information. I'm not, bro. Oh my God, I just looked at the scroll thingy on the side, bro. I'm like a tenth of the way down the page, and I've been scrolling for a while. Holy shit! There is so much information on this dude. His wiki page is gigantic. What the fuck? Bro, for his wiki page to be this long, he must have accomplished something incredible in his day. I'm taking that name and I'm chucking that into the internet. Let's see what comes up. God damn it! I clicked on it and Hitler came up. Damn it! You're right. Shit. How old was he when he died? 56. Oh, okay. I thought he was younger than that. Is that just me? Okay, bro, at this point, like, do we just do like a Hitler deep dive stream?
Previous human form, Cord's personality is
Dive
playful,
deep into Hitler?
curious, cheeky,
Wait, that sounded
and
weird.
sly. On his YouTube channel, which boasts 11,000 subscribers, he started
Cat
uploading
Daddy.
videos of fursuit dance competitions as early as 2013, some of which have hundreds of thousands of views. However, his interest in both furry conventions and
Why
dance
today?
competitions wouldn't end in just being a spectator.
What do you mean?
He was eventually able to scrounge up enough money to commission a suit based on his persona, which he donned at Anthrocon 2014, and looks like the offspring of the Monsters Inc. Yeti and Ori Chef. Using this fursuit,
What the
he
fuck
went
is
on to
Ori
compete
Chef?
in dance contests himself, totaling 30.
What's
And
up with
to
his
this
knees?
day, he still
Wait.
uploads videos of himself dancing
Hold on. Bro,
contests himself.
you seen that? He's got like a bulge there, and he's got a bulge on his knee. What is wrong? What's up with this suit? Went on the 20th this month? His birthday? That's his birthday? Wait. You're joking, right? In America, that would mean that his birthday was 4/20. So, so it means nothing over here, right? Because we do the day, month, and year, right? So it's the 20th of the 4th. But in America, that would mean his birthday is 4/20. How do people not make more jokes about this? Do people not like joking about Hitler? Is there a Hitler? What? What? I didn't write wrong. Shut up. Hitler rants? What? No. Documentary? I don't think what you could summarize Hitler's everything Hitler did in 48 minutes? What? Are you joking? War stories. Did we watch this on 4/20? What's the date? Oh, it's the 7th. Wait, so that's like not this Sunday, but the next Sunday. We could? Okay. Which one though? Which one's good though? This one's in 4K. Oh, this one's new. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's just the chapters. Choose any. Well, wouldn't you want like a long one? Like it feels like 48 minutes. It's got to be too short. Like that wiki page went on for 10 years. Like it's gonna take me 10 years to scroll through that shit. You telling me 48 minutes is enough time to tell you everything about Hitler? Maybe this one? This one goes for like 2 hours. Maybe this one's better. This one goes for 2 hours too. This one has 1.5 million views. That one has 2 million. You know what? This one. We'll watch this one. Because I like his title too.
A place in this men's hostel. To earn some money, he sells paintings of postcards to tourists.
Oh, I like his voice. I like the voice of this guy. This one, Benny. Remember this one. Here, I'll give a link. I'll put it in Discord. And then, I don't know, save it or something. Boom. We'll watch that one on 420. You probably have to remind me because I'll probably forget. Because it is me.
Totaling 30, and to this day, he still uploads videos
I'm not
of
telling
himself
anybody,
dancing
Hitler.
to Skrillex with unbecomingly tight jeans.
How old is this guy?
Holy God, what are you showing me?
He started making serious waves at conventions, though probably
Wait.
not in the way he intended to. You see, Cordyceps
Was that the Penguin? 2 years ago. Wait, when did the Penguin TV show come out? I thought the Penguin TV show was kind of new. Bro, time flies. That's crazy. Oh, Trubbish. I saw you, Trubbish.
something of an anthropomorphic Renaissance man. He not only dances, but also composes and sings music, as seen
Wait,
on his
what the
Bandcamp
fuck?
page.
Wait, hold
He
on.
even produced
What is that thing?
the way he intended to. You see,
What is that? This is a cat, right?
is something
Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. This thing's a cat, right? This thing is another cat? I don't know. What the fuck is this thing? What is this thing supposed to be? A Wookiee? Is this guy's spirit animal a Wookiee? Like, what is this?
of an anthropomorphic Renaissance man. He
It has ears. What is this thing? A creature? It's like fluffy ears, like a cat or something. Then it has horns? Is this a dragon? Is this meant to be a dragon? What is this thing? Why is it furry? Shouldn't it have scales? I'm confused.
He not only dances, but also composes and sings
I don't like
music,
it.
as seen on his
Whatever it
Bandcamp
is, I don't
page.
like it.
He even produced a few songs for a Fursuiter musical, which was performed at Biggest
Fursuiter-
Little FurCon 2018.
Fursuiter
There's a
musical?
video of
What?
the nearly 1 hour-long performance,
Fursuit
again,
musical.
on his YouTube channel.
Oh, Travis.
Anyhow, back
Wait,
in the
come
day,
back.
he performed the Stinky Fursuit song at Midwest Fur Fest 2014. The title speaks for itself, referring to those
Oh.
furries who don't have the
He
best
took the
hygiene
head off.
practices. But in the
What?
comments, we actually see someone accusing Cord
How
of the
could
same
you?
thing. Take your own advice and clean your suit, Cord. Could it be that he was the stinky one all along? It turns out that he was getting a lot of complaints about an odor emanating from his suit. At Fandoms United 2015, someone
Wait.
left a note on his door
Something I never thought of till just now. How do they wash these things? You can't chuck this in the washing machine. Do they just not wash these things? Curious. Discord. Wait, what? Oh, did you pin it? Wait, what's that mean? I don't know. Anyway. I guess I'll figure it out later. How do furries... That's not how you spell furries. Furries work? Wash. Yeah, that. How do they wash them? How do fursuit owners wash their fursuits? Bro, wait, no way. Was that a video? Holy shit. Wait, no way. How to wash a fursuit goes for 10 minutes. Oh my god, we're watching this. We are watching this. We are all learning how we wash fursuits, okay? For for the days that we need to wash our fursuits. This is how we
Public
wash
suiting
fursuits.
Or attending a convention, your fursuit is often going to be a sweaty, stinky mess. And the thing about sweat and stink is it doesn't go
Wait, is this one? Oh, yeah, that one is. Why does it look so bad?
away until you wash it. So, let's wash a
What the fuck are
fursuit.
you? What
To begin,
is this supposed to be a dragon? What is this? Do
you're
dragons
gonna
have
have to turn
fur?
the bodysuit inside out. This is to ensure that everything that's yucky on the inside is going to get properly cleaned.
Oh, she is
For
like
my
a
suits that
dragon.
have wings, the very first thing I do when washing them is remove the wings. I've had people ask me before why I make the wings removable on my suits, and this is exactly why.
Bro, she's so smart. She's so smart.
By making the wings removable like this, when I turn the bodysuit
Bro, you're actually really cute. Why are you into fursuits? I thought it was just weirdos. I paused this at a perfect time with a cat. You can
inside
just
out,
see the
I
butthole.
can actually put my bodysuits in the washing machine. Way easier than trying to wash it by hand inside the bathtub or inside a big tub. So, this works perfectly fine for me. Once the bodysuit itself has been turned inside out, the next thing I need
Okay,
to
so
do
you can
is
wash
remove
these-
all of the stuffing from inside my
I did not think there'd be stuffing in there. Okay, so you can wash these things in the wash machine.
Digigrade leg padding. If you have a plantigrade suit, you shouldn't have to worry about this. Most makers will include some way to remove either the padding pillows themselves or the stuffing. Because
Padding
this is not only the
pillows.
first time I'd ever done this kind of slim padding before,
Do you throw away the stuffing though? Because that stuffing's got to stink, right? There's no way that stuffing doesn't stink. Giving this person a like.
but it was also a personal suit, you'll have to excuse the bit of messy design for how I did it here.
You're excused.
Once all the stuffing has been removed, go ahead and zip the bodysuit back up.
Ah. Just me? She's kind of cute. I don't know why she's doing fursuit stuff. I thought it was just like weirdos.
With everything zipped up, it's now time to put it in the washing machine.
The fursuit's kind of
Transport it
cool.
over.
I'm not gonna lie.
And get ready to put all of your detergent in first. I personally use about half a cap of Woolite when washing one bodysuit.
Okay.
Always put your detergent in before the suit. Sometimes putting the soap directly on top of it can permanently stain the fur. I also like to use
Good
just a
shout.
little bit of fabric softener
Bro,
to
you
retain
just
that beautiful softness to my
You just
shorter
flick
furs.
that everywhere.
And I also put in a couple extra scent beads
Is that
that I
the
did
lid?
off camera.
What a weird looking
These
lid.
are totally unnecessary, but I like the way they smell.
I didn't hear what you
Next,
said.
lightly pack the suit into the washing machine.
Does it have to be lightly? Does
I
it
had a
damage
couple
it?
paws that I needed to wash as well, so I'm going to go ahead and toss them all in. I try to use as little water as possible and reduce
You don't
my
turn
waste.
the paws inside out?
With all this done, close the lid
Oh, you have
and
multiple
begin the settings.
paws. What?
You want to make sure that your washing machine is always set to cool dark.
Bro,
so
your
you
washing machine's
never,
old as
ever
fuck.
use hot water. The hot water can damage and permanently destroy your fur fibers. I also put it
It'd
on
also
2
shrink it.
rinses, make sure the fabric softener is on, and switch it over to the delicate cycle. This will make sure that the washing machine doesn't get a little bit too aggressive. Start the process and let it get going. While the body and paws are washing, I have to deal with my bigger parts, such as my tail, my foam feet,
Bro,
and
could
the
you imagine
head.
walking around with that tail?
For that, I'm going to be using my little green machine. I use the same laundry
Oh, what the
detergent,
fuck, bro?
and because I'm going to be using my little green machine.
It's legit called Little Green. I thought she just like that was the nickname she gave it. No, it's actually called Little Green. Oh, it's one of those. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's like one of those like carpet cleaner looking things. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I use the same laundry detergent, and because this is designed to work more with a formula and not soap, I water down my formula significantly. Now with this mixture in,
Ah.
plug it into the machine, and power it on.
Am I not smart enough to understand why fursuits are cool? She sounds kind of smart.
You'll have to give the nozzle a couple little squeezes
Am I
just
too
to make sure
stupid?
that the water and soap mixture is flowing through the handle,
Maybe that's what it is.
and then begin washing the suit. Spray down some of the mixture and press into the fur fibers, making sure that they get thoroughly saturated. You should see the water start to get sucked up through the top of the hose. Make sure that you're brushing into the areas that you know you for sure sweat on. I tend to drag my tails around, so I definitely focus on the area that connects to the body because I know I sweat there a lot. And I also focus the tip of the tail where all of the feathers are. This is also great proof that shows my gradients do not disappear when
This
washed.
is so much work.
The slight discoloration that you're seeing is simply the minky flipping over. Minky tends to change color when it's flipped one way or the other because the material flows in a specific direction.
Bro, this seems like so much work.
I went over these areas 2 to 3 times off camera. I also sprayed down the insides of the foam feet, which when it comes to commissions, these parts are totally lined, so you can clearly see how well they get cleaned as you do them.
Yeah, bro,
This was a personal suit, so I wasn't super worried about it looking the absolute best on construction because it was part of a learning process.
Yeah, that one.
Don't
That's the
forget to
part
clean
that probably
outsides of
stink the
feet
most,
as well,
right? Is the feet.
Making sure that you're going with the direction of the fur, and clean those beautiful feet bottoms. Look at how cute and shiny they are. Next
Do you reckon
comes
that's
the head.
comfy to walk in?
The first thing I always focus on is the inside of the head, because this is where most of your sweat is going to be concentrated. Keanu has a slightly removable
that or the
balaclava
feet.
because I like to tuck it into my under armor, so I need to fold
Name's
that out of
Keanu?
the way, stick the nozzle inside, and thoroughly saturate it with water,
Like Keanu
making sure
Reeves?
that I'm pressing hard as I'm going around all these edges. I'm more so miming it here in this video because I had to pin him between my legs in order to get in there and make sure that all those little nooks and crannies were
You
clean.
can pin me between your legs if you want.
Particularly around the top of the head and the forehead because those are my primary sweat areas. Make sure you clean all the way around.
Those are
and
my
then start moving
primary
on to the
sweat
snout.
areas.
This area tends to get booped a lot
What
in
a
conventions.
hilarious
so I always
sentence.
make sure I go above and beyond when cleaning it to get all the dirt and grime from people's hands off of it. Same with those nice cheeks. Look at all that water getting sucked up out of there.
What a great video.
Certain areas may need 2 to 3 passes in order to fully clean everything out of them. Try to remove as much of the water between your strokes as you possibly can to speed up the drying process. Most fursuit heads are made of foam, so you can go a little bit aggressive with them and make sure that you press into every nook and cranny
Be
to get
aggressive.
everything nice and
Be
clean.
aggressive.
Always check with your maker when it comes to airbrushing details, though.
Is that what a dragon looks like drawn? It's not a bad dragon.
And of course, make sure to clean that neck. Any sweat that gets trapped from being pressed on
damn
your
it.
body
I
will
ran into a
definitely get
zigzag.
stuck in these fur fibers, so it's very important to go through and make sure you clean them thoroughly. From what you see here on camera, I go over everything twice. Once he's a soggy boy and he's ready to be
thorough.
dried, take the head and carry it over to where you have a small standing fan. I picked up this little one from Walmart because it works just fine for drying my heads. Turn it on the high setting.
But could you imagine going into Walmart and being like, "Hey, I need like a little stand fan so I can dry my heads." The looks you would get.
Make sure that it's sitting nice and
Ooh,
upright.
Tyrug.
And then just position the head over the top, ensuring that the air is flowing into the head and through the balaclava. You should feel some of the air passing out through the snout and through the eyes if it's fully ventilated. This ensures that the whole thing is getting airflow and drying
That
properly.
can't be good for the fan though.
At this point, the washing machine was done, so I can remove all of my clean parts.
I mean, I think you need to show us you're removing them. Like, this feels like it... I feel like this is just taking you a lot of extra time because you're doing this with one hand.
Always check the washing machine and make sure nothing got left behind.
I feel like that's a... What? I feel like that's a common thing with
With
just
my
wash
basket of
machines,
moist
right?
fluff right now, the spin cycle has taken most of the water out of the suit, so we're ready to go ahead and turn it back inside out so that we can finalize the rest of the drying process. Unzip the bodysuit and turn everything back inside out.
What if I
Now,
don't
once
want
it's
it?
turned inside out, you'll notice that everything is all mangy and scruffy looking. This is totally normal after being washed because all the fur is wet and clumped together. In order to keep your bodysuit looking fresh and clean
So,
and pristine, you're going to need to
Your
brush it
drawing
out
doesn't look
after
like it has
every
fur.
wash.
Is that just me?
I usually hang mine up somewhere where it's just off the ground, and then take my slicker brush, making sure that I'm going to
Yeah, what?
follow the direction that the fur flows,
The fuck's a
and
slicker
I'm
brush?
using the brush upside down. When fur is wet, it's a lot heavier, so you don't want to use the slicker brush to pull the fur fibers out, as it'll cause balding to happen much faster. Slowly work your way down the entirety of the bodysuit.
Bro,
brushing
she
it out
has so
thoroughly.
much information
Look at
on
the
this.
difference between brushed and unbrushed.
She's been doing this for a while.
Make sure as you brush the entire bodysuit, you're flipping and twisting areas, going into all the individual
She's like
spots
expert
that they need to go
furry.
into, and focusing on high friction areas such as underneath the armpits, the spine, and in between the crotch.
Bro,
As
that
these
suit
areas
is
rub
like...
together a lot while walking, you'll notice that
Oh,
matting
it has no
happen
feet.
there the
I was
most
gonna say,
often.
that suit is
The more
really
care you
short.
put into taking care of it here, the
She's
less
just
time you'll have to
tiny?
spend actually repairing these later
Maybe she
on.
is.
Don't forget to flip over the bodysuit and brush out the backside as well. Brushing your suit after
It's a weird
washing will
sentence.
ensure that it looks brand new for
Brush
many
out the
years
backside.
to come, and it will look the absolute best and feel great too. All of my suits are super silky smooth, and they smell
Oh, that's the backside. I was gonna
fantastic.
say, why does she have a dot on her vagina? That's a booty. That means that's for like the tail, right?
When it comes to drying the paws, I just have them all clipped up here with these little wire hooks that I got from, I think, IKEA. I hook them on a hanger, and then I just take my slicker brush and I brush out all the fur fibers towards the fingertips.
What a weird name for a
Making
brush.
sure that
Slicker
all of those
brush.
furs are going to go the right direction that they need to. This will help them look much more clean and pristine.
Once again,
for
maybe
years
you
to
should
come.
do this like with two hands
See how much
instead of
better
one.
they look after a nice brushing? Now everything is clean and
After
sanitized.
her nice brushing.
Don't forget to sanitize and disinfect your suit after every use to minimize the need for washing. I hope this information helps.
Need a palette cleanse after that? What do you mean? This is the palette cleanser. Okay. We need a palette cleanser? Well, let's see what her newest video is. Boom.
Joining big public lobbies at events like Ferality can be a great way to see a bunch of really cool avatars.
There you go.
But if you're not running a
Palette
49,
cleanser.
or if you're on a quest unit, you might start to experience the curse of the unoptimized avatar. It can be too much for VR chat to handle. There's no way to stop it when it's coming. It's gonna get you. Well, that's no good. But wait, there's a solution. Introducing Nefertiti's optimized avatar. This fantastic avatar comes detailed with 4K textures that really help breathe that sense of realism and life back into VR. Just look at
What am
how
I
crisp
watching
and
right now?
detailed. And if you're somebody who
What did I
likes
click
putting
on?
outfits on your avatar, well then worry no more. You can have as many outfits as you
What
like,
did I just click
and
on?
you won't lag everybody out. Because who would put a bunch of outfits on that would cause people to lag in VR? This avatar
What the fuck was that? What is this? I don't know how to feel about this. Oh, I like its tail. It has a really cool tail. Other than that, I don't know what to feel. This is really odd. Wait, is there another one? What's this one? Bro, why are they so sexy? What? That's not just me, right? They're like weirdly made sexy, right? Like look at his booty. What? Are they deliberately making him like sexy looking? What is happening? What kind of rabbit hole have I just gone into? What? Orca set? That's not an orca. What is this? Ah. That's a cool tail. What am I looking at? Minus 45 aura? Whatever. Believe what you want. I think they look sexy. The bodies, I mean. Bro, what am I... What kind of rabbit hole have I gone down? What is this? What? Huh? Like, look at it. It's got, like, fucking titties going on. She's got like a booty. Ooh. Blended wings. Ooh, actually, ooh. I don't like that. It kind of looks like hands. Up here. Ew. Ew. What's this one? So she just does VR chat stuff? It seems like. It's the same fucking thing. You've just made the color a little different. This one's creepy as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. Like, why? You just took like a leopard or something and just put wings on it. It's so strange. Your reaction privilege? No, you cannot. Okay, back to this.
Or with an arrow pointing to his
Oh.
name, just saying stinks.
Now we know how to
And
clean our
attendees of other
fursuit, though.
cons took to
So,
Tumblr to voice their grievances.
you know,
I saw Cord
that's a
Kitty's
plus.
suit at Further Confusion 2016's Headless Lounge. They were airing it out this last weekend, and shudders. That thing stunk so bad that nearly everyone was shoved up against the other side of the room. The poor thing was unbrushed
Bro,
and grimy
like-
to the max. I
was considering being a furry, but after seeing how long and how much effort you have to put in to clean your fursuit, I don't think I could be a furry.
really wish the suit was
I'm
washed
sorry, furry
beforehand.
community.
Different Anon, Cord Kitty's suit
It's
is
too much
fucking
effort.
disgusting. He never washes it or brushes it. He was at Rainforest and it smelled so horrid. Whoever said that the one picture that was submitted was a bad picture doesn't know the
No.
truth. I avoided him at all costs during that con while in the suit because I was debuting my suit and did not want him to hug me. Cord seemed to have taken notice of these allegations about the stench. People are popping up saying my suit does indeed smell at cons. This is extremely disturbing to me. I've already utilized all the advice. Someone just told me that one daily shower every morning isn't sufficient to smelling good at a furry con if you're a fursuiter. True? My fursuit popped up on
what? It's
Dirty
the
Grimy
suit. It's not
Fursuits
you,
Tumblr
you
again.
fucking
I
idiot.
suck at drying my
What?
fursuit at cons. Makes a smell. They assume it's unclean.
Is this dude stupid? The only streamer I am actively following, and he is that. I regret. What are you talking about? I'm great, and you know it.
Uh-oh. Stinky.
His suit must have been Lovecraftian, insanity-inducing levels of rancid.
What,
if
you
he
don't want to be a
couldn't even
furry?
meet the
Being a
hygiene
furry seems like it
standards
could be
of a bunch of
fun.
Furries. That, or this guy, is the real-life Michael Afton.
Look how much fun
literally
that chick was
rotting
having
inside of
cleaning
his
her suit.
so bad that even cleaning it properly can't undo the putrefied stink he's got going on. This relatively innocent, albeit amusing run-in with the fursuit odor police wouldn't even be the beginning of the community's complaints about him, though. In a video
So,
taken at Biggest Little FurCon 2022,
this guy like a
which was held in June,
dancing
there is
furry?
audible booing
Is that what
from
I'm
the
getting
crowd
from
when he
this?
comes on stage to dance. This is the story of how his reputation fell so low.
Bro, that was the
In
intro?
2015, Gabe started dating fellow fursuiter Bun Bun, real name Deborah. They would continue dating that year until 2016.
Oh, is that what
when
it
he
looks like?
proposed to her
So
at
to me,
Furlandia,
these
by
two look
which
like
point
fucking
she
weirdos.
was
They look
also
like they would
already
wear a
pregnant.
fursuit.
They
That
would
chick
end up
didn't
getting
look like she
married
would
at another
wear a
furry
fursuit.
convention,
You
and
know what I
of
mean?
course, the bride's father wore cat ears.
Does that make sense? Like, those two look like they would wear a fursuit. That chick we just watched clean her fursuit, like, if you saw her on the street, there's no way in hell you'd be like, oh, she's a furry. You know what I mean? Whereas if you saw this chick, you'd be like, oh yeah, she's furry.
There was a furry groomsman, and the marriage was officiated by a furry priest.
Wait, are they actually
Welcome
getting
to the
married?
future, ladies and gentlemen. I just hope we also get suicide booths like in Futurama. They seemed like a perfect fit for each other's, well,
No. What about
quirkiness.
the... I don't know if it was Futurama. I think it was Futurama. What about the escalator? The suicide escalator. Was that Futurama? I think that's Futurama, right? Suicide escalator. Lator. Suicide Escanol. What? Okay, I'm just getting Suicide Hotline. That's the one I wanted. Shit. Cartoon? Do I have to write cartoon? What cartoon was it from? I'm not imagining this. Shut up. There was definitely... What is it? Is it The Simpsons? Maybe it's The Simpsons. The Simpsons. That's the Donald Trump thing. That's what I want. It was. I'm not crazy. There was a. Okay, there's a Reddit post. And the 50-foot magnifying glass and that escalator to nowhere. That's what it's called. Escalator to nowhere. Yeah, it's like. It's not called a suicide escalator. Sorry, The Simpsons, but what the fuck would you call it? Like, they get on an escalator, it goes up, and then they just fall off. Here you go. Like, instead of suicide booths, just have this.
And that was the only folly the people of Springfield ever embarked upon.
Wait. Yeah, here you go.
Except for the popsicle stick skyscraper. And the 50-foot magnifying glass. And that escalator to nowhere.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
That. Have that instead. Instead of the suicide booth, just have that. An escalator to nowhere.
Yeah, these really did not age well. But it wasn't long before they attracted negative attention onto their newly formed family.
Wait,
For
so
some reason, in 2018, Cord Kitty thought it wise to bring his infant son to a baby fur meetup, or
Oh my god. Bro, what? What's wrong with these people? Why do they let them have babies? What's wrong with them? If you come out publicly and say you're a furry, then I feel like you should maybe like also be snipped. Right? Be forced to be snipped. Why are they allowing them to have babies? Bro, that lorikeet is fucking huge. Why is it so big? Bro, that rainbow lorikeet is like twice the size of a normal one. Oh, he's gone. Whatever. Fuck you then, bud. I wanted to look at you a little bit more. So, did they actually get married? Because he has a kid now, right? That would mean they actually got married. I thought maybe it was like a fake thing. But it seems like it's real. Also, what is this picture? Is he breastfeeding his baby? Why is it blurred out like this? They did marry? Oh my god. Bro, that's so weird. So, what is this?
try to, anyways.
Why was it blurred out? Was his baby there? And Tom was blurring his baby? Closer look at my son's first commission. I'll call it the what? Marcy masterpiece. Maybe wait until he's old enough to decide if he wants to be a furry. Like what? I like anime, but if I ever had a kid, I wouldn't be like, hey, you need to like anime. Because I like it. You know what I mean?
He also commissioned baby fur art of his son, or I should say,
weird, bro.
the persona he made of his son. For you to grasp why this is a big problem, you need to fully understand the context of the situation. So, if you've managed to be lucky enough to get through your life until this point without learning what a baby fur is, then allow me to ruin that for you. Baby furs are furries who roleplay as babies, or very young toddlers. On the sexual side, this subculture has overlap with ABDL, or adult baby diaper lovers, since they fetishize diapers and, all the things that happen within diapers. There's inevitably a connection to age
gotta be
play
Turkish
and,
Thomas's
yes,
fault, right?
pedophilia, such as
That I know all
sexualized
this
drawings of baby
information
animals.
about this stuff.
So, safe to say, bringing an actual baby to a baby fur meetup is extremely inappropriate. For the same reason you wouldn't bring one to a lolly convention, if that were a real thing. Which I hope it isn't.
There's no way, right? I'm Googling it. I shouldn't Google it, but I'm going to Google it. Lolly convention. No, there's a Lolita convention, but there's no Lolicon. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Tom can rest easy. Didn't the diaper guy, the other diaper guy, didn't he bring his child to a meetup as well? Or he was trying to organize a child to go to it or something? Something like that? Right? Like he was trying to get a child involved, right? Oh, bruh. I'm so over sneezing. That's the worst thing about getting the flu. Is the sneezing. Yeah, you know, so the other one we watched, Benny. Ow. I just fucking smacked myself in the face. The other, like, furry guy we watched, right? There was, like, into diapers and all that. The disgusting one. He was like, I don't think he had a kid, right? But he had friends that had a kid. And he was trying to get them to bring the kid to the baby fur convention thing, right? They like meet up or whatever. Am I wrong about that? Yeah. Wait. Was this guy the guy his friend that he was talking about? Are they connected? No. So there's two people in the world that are dumb enough to be like, hey, we have a child. We're going to bring this child to this thing with predators that are attracted to babies. It's sad that there's more than one. I don't think there's any other better way of saying it. Retard in the world that's stupid enough to do that.
But that wouldn't stop Cord Kitty from trying to explain it all away just 1 year after the fact. You see, in 2019, Gabe and Deb's marriage had already come to an end after 3 short years, and around the same time they were facing considerable scrutiny on Kiwi Farms for the aforementioned actions, among other things. In light of this, Gabe decided to go onto Kiwi Farms to defend himself. He started off by posting artwork he commissioned of his other, even more newborn son's persona. So
oh my God, you have
the
another.
last time I got my son a commission of his persona, this thread freaked out and lost.
He has 2 kids? This dude has 2 kids? Is the chick that he had the kids with, is she more normal than this dude? And maybe she can take them? So this guy doesn't have control of the kids?
Lost their shit. Well, I just had a second son, and here is the second commission.
God.
He goes on to reveal the fact that he and his wife, now ex-wife, brought his son to a multitude of furry conventions, and intends to bring his other son to more. Furry convention, don't bring the kids. We've brought Damien to BLFC 2017, Califer 2017, Paw 2017, FC 2018, Vancouver 2018, TFF 2018, and BLFC 2018.
I want to go back to watching that lady clean her fursuit.
To a bunch more cons, because there is nothing wrong with it. I don't understand this helicopter parent mindset where it's my responsibility to protect him from seeing any and all things that don't seem Judeo-Christian enough. TLD.
I feel like that sentence alone should, like, disqualify you from having children. Is it just me?
Like, so I
Please
can
be
bring it
alive.
back? Okay.
Oh my god, yes. Go away, chat. No one likes you. You go away too. Oh, look at it. Look at his head. Oh, he's got a big fluffy head. Yum, 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 yum. I fucking love ducks. What is this? I don't care about any of that. Shut up. Wait, where's the point thingy? How many? I've been watching this for ages. I only have 700 points? What? Bro, I watched it. I just leave this playing while I stream sometimes. How have I only got 700, like, point thingies? What? That doesn't make any sense. There's rules? I didn't know there was rules. Oh, they fed the ducks. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Fucking love ducks. Yum, 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 yum. Who else is live that I'm following? Hey, Smugglerana's live. Look, there's Nelku. See what she's doing. Playing Elden Ring. Makes sense. Bro, I follow a lot of people. Oh, I was gonna say, someone has 45,000 people watching them. It makes sense now. It's Asmund. Bro, I was about to fucking be like, what? Look at the ducks. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Everybody likes ducks. Yeah, feed the ducks. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah. Best part of life is being able to watch ducks. Okay. Back to this garbage.
DR, don't bring kids into fetish groups thinking it's okay. Baby fur isn't a fetish group. It's people who chose a baby fursona. Yes, they have their weirdos and pedo bears, obviously, but it is possible to be a baby fur and not be into baby rape. Just like it's possible to be a furry without
baby rape. What is wrong with people? What did he say? Baby fur isn't a fetish group. It's people who choose a baby fursona. Yes, they have their weirdos and pedo bears, obviously. Bro, what? But it's possible to be a baby fur and not being into baby rape. Just like it's possible to be a furry without being into animal rape. Bro, this guy has 2 kids. This guy has kids. Bro, like, imagine changing the topic to, let's say football, right? NRL football. I don't think anybody ever would be able to turn around and say, like, football isn't a fetish group. It's people who choose to play football, right? And then say, yes, they have weirdos and pedo bears, obviously, right? What are you talking about? Like, if this is your line of thinking already, right? Then it's wrong. What are you talking about? Like you're bringing your baby to a group of people that you yourself says yes they have weirdos and pedo bears, and then you still think it's okay to bring a baby to it. What is wrong with you? Like most topics, fucking pedos don't even come up.
Being into animal rape. But on to the question at hand, which someone asked,
wrong
why
with
did you
these
get
people?
caught trying to take your baby to a baby fur panel a year ago? He responds, the hilariousness of seeing the faces of the baby furs at a real baby
Oh yeah, it's just a
showing up
joke,
would be
bro.
priceless.
Just a
Though,
prank.
I understand the average furry assumes that all baby furs are pedophiles who rape babies. I still think it'd be hilarious to see the faces of those baby furs if I
No, they're not all pedophiles who rape babies. They're just people who dream, who have thoughts of doing that. And then you've gone and brought an actual baby in front of them. The thing is, those people don't have access to babies, and you've just given them an access to babies. So then they might actually do the thing that they dream about doing. You know, there's a reason that, you know, people who are pedophiles aren't allowed around kids. Because if they have access to it, they're most likely going to do it. Like, you have a you put a serial killer in a room with another person, and you don't even have to give them a weapon. They'll find a way to kill that person, right? Because they're a fucking serial killer. Like, what are we talking about?
brought my kids in. That'd be so funny, but I scrapped the idea when people started posting about call CPS. There is literally absolutely nothing wrong with taking my kids to a baby fur room party. You just assume they're all pedophiles because of bias. I've been saying this for years. Baby furs are to furries as furries are to non-furries. They're needlessly mocked and accused of being fetishists, which only intensifies their tribalism. I'm not trying to white knight.
Does this guy realize that, like, being an adult and acting like a baby is a fetish? Does he not realize this? So yeah, they are fetishes. Fetishists? Is that how you say that? They are. Like, what are you talking about? They're adults. They're not actual babies. What?
Baby furs. I'm
Oh,
just
this
telling
guy.
the truth. You're not trying to white knight baby furs? Could have fooled me,
Yeah.
since you're so adamant about
Like,
the fact
what?
that they totally aren't fetishists. When I mean, come on, bro. He was even following multiple baby fur accounts on Twitter.
What the fuck was that? Was that like a baby furry taking a shit? What
at
was
the
that?
time. Specifically, not safe for work cub accounts, which are just the worst thing ever, by the way. So he was obviously playing dumb
take your
about
word
not
for it,
knowing
I'm
the
not
true
looking into
nature
it.
of what he was trying to involve his son in. He then switched narratives a year later in 2020 when he posted again to claim he never intended to bring his son in and it was all a joke. You were literally going to physically take him into the baby
just a
fur
prank,
event
bro.
as part of the joke. Man, I have no recollection of typing that. Damn, I embarrassed myself. Oh well. Well, I sure screwed up. Look, guys, I'm sorry about this. I have absolutely no recollection of typing that part. Gosh, did I fuck up? But, important
like
to
there's
note,
no-
the fact still stands. I
There's
never
no
tried
way
to bring my
that
son to
that
a
his
baby
children
fur
are gonna
party.
be
I
normal,
never
right?
went to the party floor. I didn't even watch him during that con. My ex did. I've been protecting him from danger. I do all the things a parent ought to do. I cover the outlets. I never leave him with strangers. I've never brought him near any dangerous situations at any time.
God.
I never tried to bring him near any baby furs.
Yeah,
and I
okay.
never even talked to any baby furs at BLFC. Ask anyone that was there. But no one's accusing him of trying to bring his son to a baby fur meetup at BLFC, because that took place May of 2018. His tweets about bringing his son to the meetup were in January, during Further Confusion 2018. I hope you've memorized the names of all these different furry conventions by now. They will be on the test.
Why is this so
His
many?
mysterious motives for defending this obscure subgroup of furries became a little clearer when we look at a couple clues he may be a baby fur himself. Well, I guess it's hard to call them clues when it's really him just proclaiming it from the rooftops. He performed a musical skit called Crinkle Wag, crinkle referring to the sound that diapers make when you walk around in them. He remarked about it on Twitter.
Okay. So Turkish Tom, right? Turkish Thomas, he only ever talks about like the degenerate furries, right? Because like, why would you talk about normal ones? They're not going to really get any views. But come on, you have to talk about at least one that's done something good, right? That way, they don't just all have a negative. Because like, if you come in and you watch all the furry videos that Turkish Thomas has made, right? You're gonna come away with like a very negative opinion on furries. Because they're very negative, right? Because a lot of them have done really fucked up shit. Let's say a vampire. The TikToker lolcow who thinks he's a vampire? What? Okay, we definitely have to watch that one. Like, I feel like he kind of needs to make a video on a furry that's not fucked up. Juniper? Is that a furry who's not fucked up? Like, maybe that lady that I was watching before, maybe she hasn't done anything weird. I mean, she cleaned her suit. Make a video on her. I don't know. The dude you talked about? Oh, the vampire guy? Oh, okay. I didn't even know he was a thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it bugs me that, like, if the people are fucked up, right? Make a negative video, but, like, when they're all part of the same community, I don't know. It just, if all you do is make negative videos on them, it gives the whole community a negative look. I feel like I'm making sense, right? Because I feel like there's probably some furries out there that actually do really good stuff. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably one out there that donates to charity, like, doesn't do anything bad. And it's just a cool person. But no one talks about them, so no one knows, really.
I've been super disappointed that after making a baby fur rock song skit 5 months ago, I haven't received a single comment from any baby furs. Someone remarks, maybe that is a good thing. We all know how Fur Affinity treats that side of the fandom. He responds with, hashtag baby fur lives matter. He has way more tweets though. Oh no, all out of diapers. Messages 10 baby furs. Hashtag your network is your net worth.
Bro, why does it always
who
lead back
wants
to
a
diapers?
Swaggy bro
Nappies.
Crinkle wag. Hopefully
Why is
no
everyone so
one.
into
He posted
nappies?
baby fur art of his fursona to his Fur Affinity account, and was even in a Telegram baby fur chat, but of course he denies it was him. Yet, this is all relatively innocuous compared to the other information people dug up, like his F-list or
Maybe I
fetish
need to get
list,
famous,
which he created
right?
all the way back
Super
in
famous.
2009. It
We'll
includes,
do a lot of
but is
charity
not
stuff,
limited to,
and I'll be
age
the furry,
play,
the
inexperienced
good furry
partners,
everybody talks
risk
about.
of pregnancy, extreme pregnancy, zoophilia, and barbed wiener, like cat
what?
dick. And his persona is also, of course, a cat. So it's not necessarily...
What? Wait, what? I probably should Google this, but I'm going to. What the fuck? Barbed wiener. Barbed cat wiener. What does that mean? Oh my god! Oh, I feel sorry for cats. Oh my god. I probably can't show this on stream, can I? Bro, that is crazy. What the fuck? Bro, I thought, what the fuck is that thing? Okay. Bro, I thought fucking ducks had it rough. Bro, cats have it rough. Jesus Christ. That's insane. I don't know how to explain this, but it's like a cat's wiener has like porcupine spikes coming out of it. Like it goes in and then it barbs out so it can't get taken out. Maybe that's why cats scream when they're mating. That would make a lot of sense. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, I thought ducks were fucked up. Bro, cats have it rough. So do fucking hyenas too. We learnt in the, was it the last stream?
A reach in my eyes to put 2 and 2 together and figure out that this guy clearly wants to bust it down sexual style on Mittens, a la Shane Dawson.
Yeah.
What did Shane do? I know he did something with a cat. Did he fuck his cat? Benny, do you know what he did? I thought it was like he put his wiener on his cat or something. And set it on like in a video or something and thought it would, everybody would go, haha, that's funny. Do you know what he did? What did he do? Did he actually have sex with his cat? Do I need to go into like a Shane Dawson video?
Hey there, kitty. Meow. 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 Wait, what? Meow.
The inclusion of age play further suggests he's into baby fur material, which makes this situation with his son all the more disturbing. Even in the perfect scenario where furry conventions are a totally innocent activity for people who just like...
One of these things is not like the other. Why is there a guy in a fucking motorbike helmet in the middle of all these furries? What's going on?
Tending to be dogs, for you, it's a fetish, and you probably shouldn't bring your infant children into your fetish. Just a suggestion. A lot of incriminating facts were exposed in the wake of the custody battle, as both Gabriel and Deborah were trying to prove that the other was unfit to be a parent. And one such piece of information were these strange pages that Gabe had bookmarked on his computer, being a guide to sex with dogs, a site called Dog EF Questions, and a Zoo Sadist page. Now, he did have an excuse. He only bookmarked that first one to investigate.
Bro, if I was ever investigated for like anything, like, I don't know, tax fraud, we'll just say that, right? As just a random thing. And they had to like look at my computer, bro, they would probably charge me with like a lot of other weird shit just because like we literally just Googled cat penis. My search history's gotta be so fucked up that they'd look at it and be like, what the fuck? Like, from an outside perspective, it probably looks like I'm into a lot of weird shit. Because I just think of things and then just Google it. Because I'm stupid.
Investigate abnormal psychology, of course. However, that becomes a tough sell once it turns out he commissioned art of his persona, a female feral cat, being, involved with dogs. In a Telegram chat, he tried to explain these actions, at the same time mentioning the divorce proceedings with his wife. Do you ever like to save effed up links? Like, links that are the most effed up shit you've ever seen?
Now that I know what a cat penis is like, would that even be possible? For a dog and a cat to mate? Like, if it was a male dog? I don't even think it would be possible, right? Because they don't have the barbs. And the other way around, oh bro, the other way around would probably fucking like kill a dog.
Have you seen this shit before? But you know what? After I bookmarked it, she screen capped it and sent it to all her friends seeing, see, this is proof Cord is a zoophile. I remember first finding out about the link when someone told me about the Dolphin Rape Caves Google Maps link. Talk about regrets, lol. Hindsight is 2020. She took all of these to court and said, see, he's showing the kids pornography and snuff films. At the
You can't really be like, hey, I'm not into this when you've bookmarked it. Like what? You don't accidentally bookmark things. Does that make sense?
the same time, the last time he had signed on to his F-list page was 2015.
He's
so
what?
even after having done this research on zoophilia, he still decided to keep the kink on his list. Later on in
What is
2020,
extreme
when this
pregnancy?
information was brought to the attention of the public, he removed any
That probably should
age-related
be something I
fetishes
should
from his
Google,
F-list,
should it?
but again,
I'm
kept
Googling it.
zoophilia.
I'm Googling it. What is extreme pregnancy? Extreme board riders? What the fuck does that mean? Pregnancy. When morning sickness becomes severe and persistent, it's known as what? Permissive. Bro, that's a fucking mouthful. That's not what it is, though. It's gonna be like a sexual thing, right? Whoa! Bro, this chick's stomach is insane. Oh, that's extreme pregnancy. When their stomachs go crazy like that. Bro, that's crazy. Wait. So is that like a kink for people? I don't get the pregnancy thing. Why do people get turned on by pregnant women?
I guess that one was so important to him, he just couldn't bear to part ways with it. He
Am I
tried
weird?
in vain to explain all of this again in March of 2022.
Basically, if you were to interpret it as being wise, it sounds like animal abuse. But if you were to interpret it as being human, it would actually perfectly match my Persona backstory, which is about basically a kind of a douchebag named.
What? What is he? What? What is he trying to convince them of right now? Because that made no sense. What he just said. If you want to be known as wise? What? Am I crazy?
Named Chris, who then turns into a cat, and then is kind of stuck in that body, and then has to spend the rest of their life in that body because they went out drunk driving and then killed a cat, and that cat had a curse on them, the karma curse. So basically, he had to give to the world what he took away. He basically took away a life, so he had to give that life back, and that's the reason why. That's the whole foundation of the backstory.
That's his
so
law?
I was thinking. A human sapient, so the idea of like a human inside of like a feral quadruped. So that's where that came from. Pretty much my whole F list, it's literally just based off of that backstory and the idea of that backstory.
If you're not following his mental gymnastics here, and who can blame you, he's claiming that because his persona is a human who then transformed into an animal, sexual acts wouldn't truly be zoophilia. As for the age play kink, his persona is a 4-year-old.
That's what he was doing? Yeah, I got so lost in the source just then. That was so confusing. What he was trying to explain. So I'm trying to think of like how you end up like this. Did he have like a bad childhood? And he just wanted to escape it? And he liked cats? So he was like, I want to be a cat? So now he's like, I want to be a cat as an adult? How does this happen? How do you get to a point where you're like, I'm a human inside of a cat? who likes to be fucked by dogs.
Because he just had to convert human years to cat years. It's the classic Lolly defense. I know she looks 7, but she's actually a 2,000-year-old vampire.
Oh
He
my
just
God.
likes to fantasize about him
Wait,
being
so
a
it's a
cat in
lolly
heat.
cat?
What's so wrong about that? He even confessed to watching cat mating videos in a Telegram group called Cats NSFW, saying that he was embarrassed to admit he did. But
What?
he of course later
Okay.
stated
So here's the thing, right? Sometimes when you when you do things, you have to get a reference for it, right? I'm trying to think of a good way of explaining it. Like video games is probably a good way of explaining it. If you, like with Assassin's Creed, right? Too. I'm not going to use Shadows because they clearly didn't do anything for Shadows, but like they had to go to Italy and study the buildings to be able to make the buildings in the game, right? So like, if you needed to know how cats mate, because I'm assuming that there's probably like scientists out there that like are trying to figure out things about certain animals or something. Like probably like pandas, right? They're trying to get like pandas to reproduce more. But to do that, you would have to know how they reproduce, right? Which would mean you would probably have to watch them reproduce. Like watch them mate, right? I feel like if it's in like that context, it's fine to go and search out like a video on it. But if you're just watching it to enjoy it, that's a little different. Like if you're like getting off on it, that's a bit weird, right? That's where it ends up being fucking weird. The reason why I say this is because like before, I just Googled. Well, I didn't know I was Googling cat penis. I was just curious on what the fuck barbed thing meant. But I ended up looking at cat penis. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense to them? I feel like if you're looking it up as like being curious or like just trying to gain knowledge, it's a little different than watching it to enjoy it. Is that a good way of phrasing it? It's probably a good way of phrasing it. In saying that though, I already know how cats mate because like, I don't know, in Australia you grow up like, well, where I grew up, it was like farm and that, so I've seen a lot of different animals mate. That's why I know when they mate, they scream. Like, the female cat, like, screams. Now I guess I know why.
that he was
but you know, I
referring
probably
to
wouldn't,
anthro or anthropomorphic
wouldn't be going
cats.
looking
Not
up
real
videos
cats,
about
silly.
it.
Typical trolls, am I right? It doesn't make sense for him to be embarrassed when the whole point of the group chat is sexualizing anthro cats. It seems more likely that he was indeed watching videos of real cats getting it on. It's not a zoophile thing though, since surely while he views these videos, he's inventing a headcanon about how the cats are actually transformed sapient humans. Again, the #1 most popular fantasy of all women is to be raped. This is according to Louis H. Jonda, an associate professor of psychology at Old Dominion University. If fantasy is intent, then that means most women are into being raped. You must be intellectually consistent. If fantasy is intent, then that means 1. Most women are into being raped. 2. I am into fucking cats. Both statements are equally false because fantasy is not intent. Fantasy is simply an idea which turns someone on. You know for a fact that most women are not into being raped, so you must conclude that I'm not into fucking cats. If this
Bro, that was an insanely unhinged rant. Like, what? There's no way that's real. There's no way. #1 fantasy Oh, should I say female fantasy? Maybe female tennis player. What? Fantasy. Overall, what? What's this? Well, it's impossible to definitely pinpoint a single number one female fantasy. Research suggests that fantasies involving unusual or romantic settings, sexual submission, and having sex with multiple partners are among the most common. Nowhere does that say rape. Because I was going to say, I think it would have to be like, just like romance in general, right? Like, a lot of women read those like romance books. And then, yeah, then my second thought was like submission. The multiple partners thing, I did not think that would be one, but you know, apparently it is. Sex, so it says overall sex in unusual or romantic places. Oh, wait, so the most common fantasy is like unusual places. Interesting. Yeah, but it's not rape. Like, what the fuck is that guy talking about? Did he just come up with that as like a reason for why him wanting to sleep with cats isn't because he wants to fuck cats? I feel like at this point, just own up to it, right? When there's this much evidence that proves that you are into this thing, just own up to it and be like, yeah, sure. Should we watch ducks for a little bit? Wait, what? Is that chicken? Where are my ducks? I don't want you chickens. Bring me my ducks. See how mean chickens are? I looked and seen the chickens and they're fighting each other. Or chickens are assholes. If you keep pausing, I like ducks though. I like watching the ducks. Fine, I'll go back to this garbage. Stupid garbage.
This isn't copy pasta worthy, I don't know what is. Of course, he admits the fact that
Yeah.
rape fantasies are just the most common abnormal fantasy, meaning the majority of women don't have them. But even
Yeah.
if what he was saying was true, most women don't commission art of themselves being raped, yet he commissions zoophilia art. What are we supposed to make of that? In another chat, he mentioned how his own mother showed him a bestiality video, leading some to question whether this is a family thing. My mom showed me a bestiality video once, no joke. It was the funniest shit ever. Some friggin' woman had a horse in her mouth, and she choked. It was so fucked up. That's why I have the chillest family in the world. We laugh at dumbasses. But yes, animal abuse is horrific.
What? I'm trying to think of a comparison with my family that I could make. But like the only thing I can think of is like in my family we just talk about sex, right? We're not like me, my mother, and my sister can just sit there and my sister will just start talking about sex she had with her partner, right? Or my mother or me. Like we don't care, right? I think that's probably the weirdest thing that our family does. Maybe that other families, by the way, did not know that was normal until went to somebody else's house. And I was like, oh, okay, people don't talk about this with their family. We're weird. Okay. Yeah, we just don't, I don't know, we just don't care. But like, never once have they gone, hey, look at this porn video that I watched. Right? And I've never done that with them either. Because that's fucking, that's weird, I guess. I don't think that's chill either. Is this like grooming? Could this be considered grooming?
He pulled yet another fantastic explanation out of his magician's hat for this one.
I'm not really sure.
Again, with this one, it's against the rules. My mom showed me a bestiality video once. No joke. It was the funniest shit ever.
Oh, sounds hilarious.
Wait, hold on. I just need to read it because like it's like one of your friends went. Okay. I assume that's out of confusion. Some woman freaking had a horse in her mouth and she choked. It was so fucked up. That's why I have the chillest family in the world. We laugh at dumb.
I don't think the contents of the video was why he was like, oh, okay. It was more the fact that your mother gave you that video, right?
We laugh at dumbasses, but yes, animal abuse is horrific. Should I PM this dude? I would be like, stop it. So no more misbehaving and sending animal abuse. I must repeat this. I have the chillest dude in my family. Chillest, coolest family in the world. Excuse me. They don't give any fucks. And I'm like, so is this a family thing?
No. So basically, okay, let me first rewind. So what Kiwi Farms does is it takes everything I've ever said on the internet and cherry picks. And I could add context to everything, but...
Does it? I've never been on Kiwi Farms, Benny. Does it do that? From what I've heard, I feel like it isn't it like they compile like just every bit of information. No, that's what I thought. Because like I'm pretty certain Gino Samuel like gets most of his information from them, right? About Chris, because they compile all the information. They don't just pick bits and pieces of it. Has this guy been on it? Like, I haven't been on it, and I knew that. I don't know. Weird.
You have to be patient because obviously there's a lot of stuff. So with that,
I'm confused. How?
So with that one particular comment, one thing I realized was I forgot to talk about the part where the woman was sitting on a bench while this was happening and fell backwards, and that's why it was funny.
Now I understand. Why didn't he?
What? I think the question is, why are you watching it in the first place, right?
You just say this before. I mean, we've all been there. You're in your room, sitting at your computer, and your mom waddles in, phone in hand, to show you an instant karma bestiality video she found on Facebook. And you're like, well, mom, that's fascinating, as she giggles like a schoolgirl. Doesn't get much more relatable than that. That's some...
Hey, you know what my mother showed me yesterday when I was with her? She was on TikTok and she was like, hey, look at this. And she showed me some dogs making funny noises. I could totally relate. It's totally relatable. Same thing. Same.
Classic sitcom family humor. I think I remember that episode on Full House. I don't even know if it's Cord Kitty anymore, or I'm watching a Fresh Prince episode. Oh, and who could forget all of the funny horse porn blooper compilations that get posted everywhere? Can't go 5 minutes on the internet without seeing one of those. Believe it or not, there's still more family shenanigans to go around. Literally 4 days ago, my father complimented me and said that the furry porn I drew when I was 16 looked very good. Isn't that amazing? Weird enough of a statement as that is, it gets weirder when you're aware.
Okay, so you can answer this, I guess, Benny. Am I weird for like our family just treats sex like it's just another topic, right? We just talk about it like it's just another topic, like who cares? Am I in the same boat as this dude? Or is he on another level? Because, like, Like if I drew porn, I don't think my family would. If they looked at it, I don't think they would say anything about it. More or less uncommon. Okay, so I'm uncommon, but I'm not on this guy's level, am I? Ugh. Because, like, I feel like, so, I would, what's a good way of saying this? I could sit in a conversation with my mother or my sister and say, like, hey, I sent a dick pic to this girl, right? But, like, that would be the end of it. Whereas this guy seems like he'd be like, hey, look, can you tell me what you think of this dick pic that I want to send to this girl? I feel like that's the difference, right? Like, me and my family just talk about it. Whereas this guy is like a whole nother level. Am I correct? I need to know that I'm not like this guy. Because, bro, this is like... Why is his dad complimenting him on his furry porn? By the way, I've never sent a dick pic. I've never even taken a picture of my dick. Just because I think, I don't know, it's weird. I'm trying to think if I don't think I've ever taken a picture of myself. I don't think I have. Bro, this is like... This is crazy.
What exactly the drawing in question is of. In 2002, my parents found a drawing I made of Calvin and Hobbes and Bambi. In 2002, he would have been 16. So, the NSFW drawing his father congratulated his son on was of a 6-year-old having sex with his stuffed tiger. Lucky for us, we don't need to stick to pure speculation on this topic, since Deb herself would later post surprising claims on her own Kiwi Farms account about the circumstances surrounding the divorce. One of the many reasons I left Gabriel is that I walked in on him allowing Hago, the family dog, to lick peanut butter off his dick. He later admitted to me multiple times he had sex with dogs. Truthfully, the longer I stayed married to him, the quicker I wanted out.
Is it weird the thing that I'm most offended about with that last, like, paragraph is that the dog's name was Hago? Who names their dog Hago? What? Not only did you name him Hago, you then made the dog lick your penis? Like, how much do you hate this dog? What?
I only stayed as long as I did out of
Hago?
pressure from my friends telling me that it was the correct thing to do for the children. I wish I left him way sooner than I did, to be honest.
I wish you never
He
had
has done
children
nothing for
with
me,
him.
except being a huge burden financially and a source of constant annoying drama. Well, I guess the cat is out of the bag. Or
That's a
rather,
basket.
the cat has its bag out and the dog is going at it. Unfortunately for Hago, it appears she has been returned to Gabe in exchange for Deb's belongings.
Oh, God.
Being Cord Kitty's dog must have been so stressful. Hago
God.
seems to have taken it out on a random mouse, which Gabe weirdly gloated about and publicized on his Twitter. My dog is officially a murderer. She ripped the leg off a helpless mouse, and I watched it die. R.I.P. random mouse. Oh, wait.
Bro, is he that upset about a mouse? Bro, Panda's killed like fucking multiple possums. What? Does that mean that my dog's a serial killer? And her preference is possums? Is that what that means? I never thought of it like that. Very chill for a serial killer, Panda.
Wait, I think my dog killed a mole rat. I got video of it too. It's disturbing. Want to see it? Now, maybe I'm not as well versed in interacting with animals as Mr. Kitty is, but it's not exactly the most normal thing to do to immediately have an impulse to show everyone the carcass of a dead animal.
Yeah, I was about to say, so Panda's killed multiple possums, and never once have I thought, you know what, I should record this. Or take a picture of the dead thing. This guy's a bit weird. Just a tad weird.
To strangers online. In any event, I hope that Hagao gets a better home to be in, as no one deserves to live with this madman looming over them.
Poor dog.
All of this questionable info prompted people to dig deeper and see if he had any other ties to zoophilia or even pedophilia. He was friends with and following some pretty alarming individuals on Twitter, and the autists on Kiwi Farms graciously provided a list. I hope you'll enjoy the juxtaposition between the ridiculous and heinous crimes that these people have committed. General Fulfy 1, a self-admitted zoo sadist who had a Beast Forum account, which was a bestiality board, and posted on several other forums, soliciting people to have sex.
Is a zoo sadist the ones that, like, they get off on torturing animals? Yeah? Okay. That's what Kuro is, right? Kuro the wolf? That's what he is, right? This is what he was doing, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. It's been a while since I watched the Kuro the Wolf video.
With their dogs. He was Gabe's roommate in Washington Heights. Despite being aware of the Beast Forum account, Gabe was still following him on Twitter as of June 10th, 2021. Kintari, an ex-veterinary technician who rapes dogs. Gabe remained friends with him up to 2019 in spite of proof of him.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say what I think you just said?
Technician who raped him on Twitter as of June 10th, 2021. Kintari, an ex-veterinary technician who raped
Or he had access. He had access to dogs. Bro, you know what? You know what I just realized? And I didn't even think of this until just now. I've never ever had a worry about taking my dogs to the vet. Like, I've never thought to myself, oh, maybe someone in the vet is going to diddle my dog. Until just now. I guess that's how, like, parents felt, right? Before pedophilia became, like, a big thing. They would take their kids to doctors and be like, not worry about their, not even for a second did they ever think that the doctor was going to be diddling their kids. Or like, what was it the Scouts or whatever in America? Same thing. There was probably not even a second where they were like, oh, my kids are going to get abused by these people. Whereas now it's like, you have to be worried about fucking everything. Right? You know what else makes that really sad, right? Is that most of the dogs or animals that were coming in to this guy's vet were sick and needed help, and he was probably diddling them. I found a new thing that I don't like.
Rapes dogs. Gabe remained friends with him up to 2019 in spite of proof of him being a zoo leaking, which happened in 2015. Foxler Nightfire, a zoophile dating a pedophile. He was on trial for sexual misconduct with a minor and presumably became friends with Gabe sometime around 2009 to 2010 through the game's Second Life. They were still frequently in touch with each other on Telegram as of 2021. ZJ Wolf, a zoo sadist who had sex with his dog and was fired from his job at the pet store because of it. Gabe allegedly blocked him after reading the Kiwi Farms thread about ZJ's crimes. We can see that this was a lie though, since Gabe was caught talking to him in January of 2022. Lavadog Ashpaw, sentenced to 25 to 40 years in prison for raping a boy under the age of 13. His arraignment was in 2016.
Okay. That dude had the fucking longest rat's tail I've ever seen, but what? Someone feed the ducks. Someone feed the ducks. Nom 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 nom. Bro, like, what? Is it because people... It's gotta be, right? Because, like, pedophiles and that are ostracized, and then zoophiles are also ostracized. So they're like, hey, we should just come together and be friends. Are you watching it? I wanted you to watch what? Foodie Beauty? Because you told me to watch this. So I went and watched this. We can watch Foodie, oh bro, I can't say it. Foodie Beauty another day. Because I feel like we gotta watch it on a day where, like, I've already eaten something, I think. Because I feel like she's gonna make me not want to eat food, right? Does that make sense? Like, she's gonna make me feel sick after watching it. When you watch the furry stuff, watch these two together. Not that you need to watch them now. Oh, what, the Foodie Beauty? As well? Well, the next one is the Quantum Kitty thing. So I was just going to let it play into it.
And Gabe was still in contact with him up until his sentencing in 2018.
But is Foodie Beauty gonna make me, like,
2016 for receiving,
feel
distributing, and possession of CP.
Because that,
Lord Kitty's other associates include Andrew K. admitted
what's his
to
name?
possession and distribution of CP,
The
and sexually
avocado
assaulted a
guy?
minor. Spark Dalmatian, convicted of child molestation and possession of
you
CP,
watch
and a self-admitted
both.
friend of Gabe's.
They share
Danrook
stuff.
Ruface,
Oh, the
convicted of
Quantum
statutory
Kitty one?
rape
Yeah.
and possession of CP. Crusader
I'll watch
Cat
that next.
admitted to raping his cat on his own YouTube channel in
Oh,
2009. Gabe had a sleepover with him in 2012 and refused to believe that he raped his cat, even though Gabe favorited zoo porn directly from Crusader Cat's Fur Affinity page. Crusader Cat also recorded the video where
But yeah,
Gabe first debuted his
watching her
fursuit.
gonna make me...
Jasone Effects,
Fuck
pedo
off.
zoophile, groomed his
Is it gonna make
15-year-old
me...
girlfriend into performing voice dubs for a porn comic. Gabe allowed him into a private chat group.
Wait, what did that just say? Yeah, like, whenever I watch the avocado guy, like, eat food, it makes me feel sick. The way he eats food makes me feel sick. Because it's just disgusting. It's just sad to watch. Okay. But we don't see her, like, scarfing down food like a fucking disgusting pig, though, right?
And banned
like a pig at a trough. Like Nikocado? Is that it? Nikocado avocado? I don't know, a pig. Okay. Because, yeah, the way he eats is, like, disgusting. If I ever get dumped, this will be my new date profile picture. I like to play video games and sometimes gay art. Hit me up, baby. Okay, so what did he make the girl do?
Friend into performing voice dude. Jasone Effects, pedo zoophile, groomed his 15-year-old girlfriend into performing voice dubs for a porn comic.
Wait, what? Is he saying boy stubs? Boy stuff? What is he saying? What does that mean? Is he saying boy stubs? Did he groom a female minor into being a boy because he likes boys? Is that what happened?
Gabe allowed him into a private chat group and banned someone else for telling him that he was a creep after he told the person it was okay to fuck kids. Obviously, allowing someone to advocate having sex with children in your chat and then banning people for being rude when they call them out is horrific. RC Fox, arrested.
Why is there so many? Why is there so many? I don't understand. Like, so I watched, it was a little bit ago now. I think it was when it came out. I watched Cinnamon Toast Kid react to, like, the pedophile hunting stuff. But he was, like, reacting, I think he was reacting to Chris, what's his name? Chris Hansen. He was reacting to Chris Hansen's new show with Chris Hansen, right? I think that's what it was. And even Chris Hansen was saying how it's very sad that with how many people they've put away and how many people they've like have come on the show, it still doesn't seem like the number has gotten any lower. And it's so disgusting. Like, if anything, the number's gotten higher. Like, it's crazy. Because, like, he goes from, like, city to city or whatever, right? And I feel like he puts away, like, 50 guys in one city. And then goes to the next city and puts away another 50 guys. And then goes to the next city, puts another 50. It does like that. And then ends up getting back to that first city and puts another 50 away. And it's like, how? Why is there so many? It's crazy. I don't get it.
For possession and distribution of over 50 pieces of illegal materials. He committed suicide in March 2018 after accepting a plea deal. He appears to have been in contact with Gabe as early as 2015, and Gabe defended RC and berated people for mocking his suicide. Glowfox. You may remember this name from the Zoo Sadist leaks, which were leaks of a Zoo Sadism Telegram chat, which many furries were a part of. He was exposed for potentially raping an 11-year-old boy when he was 18 and violently orally raping his dogs. He wanted to attend underage sex parties hosted by Snake Thing, the owner of the chat, and he traded various photos and videos of bestiality back and forth with Snake Thing.
Bro, there's no way. Is there actually underage sex parties? There's no way that's a thing, right? There's no way that's a thing. How could you get that many minors to be able to host a party? And then the next thing is, do the minors know what the party is? Or are they just inviting a bunch of minors because they're like telling them that, oh, we're just having a party, there's gonna be alcohol, it's gonna be great. But like a lot of minors want to be fucking Epstein party, sounds like it. But like, I would assume that they're not actually telling them what's happening at these parties, right? And they're just telling them that it's a party with beer and stuff. And because they're minors, they're like, oh, I want to go to a party with and drink alcohol because they think it's cool. And then there's probably drugs and they drug them and stuff. A Diddy party. Oh my god, I hate this.
He was invited into Gabe's private Telegram group in August of 2021, but Gabe claims that he didn't know. I guess he didn't know about any of the other people I just mentioned either, including his roommate. One of the defenses Cord Kitty had used before trying to take his son to the baby fur meetup was that none of his friends had been convicted of a crime, but this is just blatantly false, which we can see with all of the people we just went over. Lavadog Ashpaw, Spark Dalmatian, Danrook Roofface, Toast the Rabbit, RC Fox, Foxler Nightfire, all of these sick freaks have been documented having cub art on their Fur Affinity or Ink Bunny pages. There's a couple more degenerates that Cord Kitty had a special connection to, which brings us to Rainforest 2015. You may have heard about this convention before from the Internet Historian video about it, which details the incredible amount of damage its attendees inflicted upon the hotel venue, including the baby furs that left diapers everywhere. And this guy, who seems to have, to use the proper terminology, messed in his diaper, just living his best life. Anyhow, Cord Kitty put together some skits at Rainforest 2015, and he invited...
Diapers don't stop smell. Nappies don't stop smell. So he would have stunk like shit.
A fursuiter named Growly in 2 of said skits. In this video, Growly is the one guiding the people to his chair, and in this one, it's just him and Gabriel's ex-wife, Bun Bun, on stage. Growly is a twice-convicted pedophile that has been in the community since 1999. His first conviction was in 2001 when he and his boyfriend, another furry by the name of Steelheart Burren, raped a 14-year-old multiple times over the course of 3 months. In 2009, he also...
I hate it. I hate it here. I don't like it here. But now I'm curious. When was the first furry? According to fandom historian Fred Patton, the concept of a furry originated at a science fiction convention in 1980 when a character drawing from Steve Gallica's Albedo and anthropomorphic, I don't know how you say that word, started to a discussion. Okay. The first furry was in the 80s. When was Chris born? He was born in the 80s, right? He's the furry messiah. He's the Jesus of furries. Maybe.
Tried soliciting a minor for nudes on Fur Affinity. He has been banned from multiple conventions because of all of this, but none of that bothered Gabriel.
Why is he not in jail? Why is he just not in jail? Why is he out and about? Why is he able to continue to victimize minors? I don't understand. What is wrong with the fucking system in America? Like, I watch, like, Cinnamon Toast Can watch, like, the Chris Hansen show, right? And the Predator show, whatever the fuck the other one is. And lately he's been, like, halfway through, he started, like, looking into where the people were that got caught, like, where they were. And he, like, looks into it, and after the Chris Hansen show, it's like, oh yeah, they got convicted and they had to serve, like, a year in jail. And it's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, there was one that, like, he'd admitted that he'd diddled other kids, right? A couple other kids. And he still only got, like, I think it was like 2 years or something, or 3 years. Like, what are you talking about? Lock him up forever.
Who claims he kept Growly around to use his audio equipment for Deborah's music. In a moment of brilliance, Gabe also tried to share a room between himself, his wife, his infant son, and, of course, Growly at Califer 2017. Then, later on in 2019, surprising absolutely no one, Growly was charged with possession of CP, and it was only at that point that Gabe ceased being friends with him. It's unclear whether he did this on principle, or if he just wanted to improve his image for the sake of the custody battle.
But I'm assuming this dude is still out and about.
Mentioning that both Growly and his pedo boyfriend Steelheart also were big fans of Cub artwork. Coincidentally, I'm sure. Another character that Cord Kitty was particularly involved with was Calufurrit, or Nick, a pedophile zoo-sadist artist. The two met each other in 2009 on Pounce.org, a now defunct furry social networking site that shut down in 2018. So many? Nick told Gabe of vague accusations about himself related to sexual assault and zoo-sadism in 2011. This was further corroborated by a local meet organizer who said they had just recently banned him over it, but Gabe remained friends with him anyways. Nick introduced himself to Deb sometime in 2015 and began initiating a cuckold relationship between himself, Deb, and Gabe. Gabe, Deb, Nick, and Gabe's son roomed together at Califer 2017. Deb left Gabe for Nick in 2019. They actually lived together for several months, and Nick gave her a loan for legal fees in the custody dispute. There's no way I can really close this section off other than remark about how disturbing it is to know that all of these convicted sex offenders, pedophiles, zoophiles, and zoo sadists were regularly attending fur cons and getting away with it. Truly disturbing.
That's what I'm saying. Why are they still fucking out and about? But bro, he had like, what? 2 or 3 different pedophiles that were like literally within arm's length of his child. Like, what are you doing? Like, one of the main jobs as a parent, what you're supposed to do is protect your child. This dude was just like, I'm just gonna feed him to the wolves. A better option.
April of 2020, Facebook messages were leaked showing that Gabe had inappropriate contact with a minor. These messages took place all the way back in 2014, when he was 27 years old and she was 17, 10 years his junior. It was technically legal, but the age gap and her evident vulnerability made the whole thing reprehensible. The messages read bottom to top, and it's become immediately evident that he repeatedly steered the conversation into sexual topics. He talked about lewd art he wanted to commission of their 2 personas, which he eventually did commission. He even gave her advice on losing her virginity, which is an obvious red flag for how much less experienced she is than him. Their interactions weren't limited to online conversations, though. Gabe was intent on meeting up with her and getting naked in front of her, to which she responds, "I don't know. No boy has ever gotten that far with me. I wouldn't really know what to do." So he says, "Okay, I'll keep fapping. See ya." Eventually, he must have gotten his way, because later on they talk about the experience, specifically her being scared about his exposed genitals. She also expresses her apprehension towards sexual activity in general, considering the bad prior experiences she's had with guys, specifically her mom's boyfriend who supposedly tried to rape her. She specifically states her worry that Gabe will do the same. I guess, to be honest, in my mind, all I see is me seeing it, and then you getting the wrong idea and having your male urges take over your body. But he tries to rationalize her out of this line of thinking and convince her he's trustworthy, obviously so he can get what he wants. He says, "Oh no, I think that's something dom guys do. I'm more of a switch/sub. And if that happened, you should kick me in the balls and then run away and never return, right? If any guy or anyone tries to rape you, kick them in the balls."
Bro, the minute anyone says that, "Oh no, I think that's something dom guys do, I'm more of a switch/sub," that's end the conversation. They're not fucking normal. What? Who talks like this? If any guy or anyone tries to rape you, kick him in the balls. Does he realize that doesn't work every time? Like, I'm pretty certain there's probably a lot of women that were still raped after kicking someone in the balls.
"Poke their eyeballs and run, run, run." She responds, "Yeah, you're right, but still."
He's like understating how much stronger men are to most women. Right? Just like genetically. We're like pretty much already born stronger than girls. That's like, so that's the reason why a lot of men find it easy to have their way with women. That's what makes it scary. Like, you should never tell girls this. Don't downplay it as in like, if you just kick him in the balls, that's gonna be it.
Inside me that something bad will happen to me at your house today, and as much as I try, I can't shake the feeling. She was even having nightmares about sex, but of course he keeps trying to coerce her. Well, the good news is I'm giving you 100% control over what you want me to show. You can say, "No, keep it in there," and I will. Or you can say, "Okay, I'll see it," and I'll be like, "Okay."
What?
The fact that he's using such infantile
Is he
language
saying, like,
to
keep it in
discuss
your
such a
pants?
mature topic and situation just screams grooming, and calls attention to the clear facts that the person he's trying to engage in sexual behavior with is not ready for it. This is another one of those things that he tried, in vain, to defend himself for on Kiwi Farms. My entire life, I believed the don't have sex with people more than a 10-year age gap difference, and that's all. It's one of those subjects literally no one has ever talked to me about. I hadn't seen any posts about it. Simply put, a local furry said they were yiffy on social media, and I talked to them about it. Mutual flashing happened. That's the worst of it. We watched Princess Mononoke, ate pizza, and I invited other furs over to watch movies and hang out too. I didn't try to hide any information about that. We're still friends.
Local Yiffy on social media, I talked to them about it. Mutual flashing happened? What does that mean? The fuck is mutual flashing? Does that mean they showed each other their genitals? Is that what he's saying? Wait, is he trying to say that? Am I crazy, or is he trying to say that he flashed a 17-year-old right now? And he's trying to play it off as like it's not that bad. Is that what's happening? Doesn't that mean that... Does that mean that he also got nudes from a minor? I'm not...
In response to a call-out thread about him on Twitter, Gabe messaged someone in February 2022
Bro,
trying
the
to
more you
explain
think
his
about it,
actions.
the more insane
His
it is.
defense basically boils down to claiming his friends and family saw nothing wrong with what he did, but considering the fact that his friends are all sex offenders, his dad liked his furry-tron CP,
Oh,
and his
okay,
mom
your family
watches
says
horse
it's
porn,
okay, so
sorry,
we should all just
horse porn comedy
leave it
videos,
alone.
I don't think their moral input means much. At the same time, he makes the bold claim that he never asked her to do anything sexual at all. You're telling me you and your parents see no issue with emotionally and sexually taking advantage of a minor? One who confided in you? An adult whom they put their trust in when they were already previously sexually exploited by another adult? To be perfectly honest, my point of view was, this person is the legal age of consent, it's their choice. I felt...
Were they? I don't know if they were. I don't know what age of consent was wherever she lived. I don't know if she was or not. But like, the minute that you're talking to someone who's 17 and you're 27, that's just a red flag straight away.
perfectly moral because everything was legal and nothing in my life experience would tell me...
The only reason why that would be normal is if you were related. Right? Your family.
Otherwise,
it's fucking weird.
No one is telling me there's anything wrong with it, including my friends and family. He exposes just how warped his perception is when he talks about her being the one in control, since she was a strong, independent black girl living in a dangerous neighborhood and dealing with drugs from a young age, ignoring the parts where she talked about being abused. He probably should have taken these things as red flags, that this girl, who wouldn't even have been out of high school yet, might have been psychologically scarred, rather than quote-unquote domineering. I don't feel like I exploited her because all I had from her was friendship. A friendship which lasts till today. She was flirty, more domineering. I was more submissive. And I was going with the flow. Neither of us felt uncomfortable at all. I mean, she needs to be domineering.
I mean, I feel
she was
uncomfortable
a
by
proud black
listening to
woman
you.
living in one of the most cutthroat boroughs. And she was a drug dealer as well. Unsure when she started dealing drugs. She was in control the whole time, and my goal was to make sure I was as chill and normal as humanly possible. The person he was talking to responded, "Oh, buddy, you just made things so much worse for yourself. You do realize that adultification within the black, if not just POC, community is rampant, right? Even the way you describe her as a minor is hypersexualized. You think it's fucking cool that a child was a drug dealer? Do you really think she was cutthroat? Or maybe, just fucking maybe, she had to put on a tough front in order to deal with her trauma, something you are now plainly admitting to exploiting. Oh, and while he was at it, he did more horse porn apologetics just for the fun of it. Your mom...
What? What's wrong with this guy? I feel like the minute that if there's a thread on Kiwi Farms about you, I feel like that's the moment where you fucked up, right? There's no going back from there. If you have a thread on Kiwi Farms about you, clearly you've done something pretty fucked up. You know what I mean? The threads on Kiwi Farms, is there anybody on Kiwi Farms that isn't fucking weirdo? What's going on, buddy? Yeah, I know. Jake's up. Yeah. You wanna go get him? I'll finish this video and then I'll take you out. Okay? How about that? I've only got 5
showed
minutes
you
or
horse
something.
bestiality and you thought it was funny? What was funny about it was that the woman choked and fell backwards. The karma was the funny part. A lot more of their explicit convos moved over to Skype, so we don't have access to those. And it's unclear whether he engaged in these kinds of conversations with any other teens.
With a
but
similar
3
thing.
months before this incident, he uploaded a video called My Little Pony Vor, at the end of which he wished a happy 18th birthday to someone named Shade, which meant he had to be interacting with at least one other minor. Some others on Twitter claimed to have interacted with Cord Kitty while they were minors, but we don't have much evidence beyond that. OMFG, Cord Kitty. This is bringing back old memories of YouTube in 2016. He used to talk with me on there when I was 12 or something. He didn't say anything sus from my experience, but it's still hella weird now that I look back at it, how he would constantly message me. Lol. Cord used to chat with me on Facebook back when I joined the fandom at 16/17 years of age, and he just came off as a creep. This unhinged madman just couldn't keep himself from ranting and raving, in the process writing some simply astounding texts. Since none of you have any familiarity with the meaning of the word pedophile, let me teach you. Pedophile, less than 11. Hebephile, 11 to 14. Ephebophile, 15 to 16. Teleophile, 17 or older. Please educate yourself if you can. I'm a teleophile. There. Now you've learned the definition of pedophile. Now you'll start using it correctly, right? Huh, I doubt it. Also, let me
Still
teach you the
fucking
definition
weird,
of the word
bro.
grooming, since none of you are using it correctly. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, grooming is the criminal activity of becoming friends with a child, especially over the internet, in order to persuade the child to have a sexual relationship. So, according to the Cambridge Dictionary and the Scientific American, all of you
Hey,
aren't
Flo,
using
how's
the
it
English
going?
language correctly. How sad.
You came in
Hopefully
at
you'll
a
learn
really bad
someday,
time.
unless you're just purposefully misusing it for the lulz, which I'm fairly certain of. With this level of rhetoric, I'm surprised the man hasn't been recruited as a Reddit mod
Good.
yet. Hey
That's
guys,
good.
I fact-checked your claim that I'm a pedophile, and actually, Snopes says it's bogus. Turns out I'm a teleophile. That is, if my son doesn't count.
better,
In
bro.
April 2022, he went on a podcast to be questioned on various things, chief among them being what he thinks the age of consent should
Why
be,
did- so-
considering this incident.
Why do people like this think that it's a good idea to keep talking about it? What the audio was? Yeah, it's we're watching a video. Like his best bet is to just shut up and not talk to people. But instead, people like this are like, no, I need to go on this podcast and explain myself more. They just keep digging a hole.
But he has quite an interesting response to what should be a straightforward question.
Yep,
You
here we
kind of dodged the question.
Yeah, you dodged it. Give me an age, 1 through 18.
I'll just say I don't care. I have no opinion.
You don't?
I don't care. I don't care.
Care. You don't care. You're favoriting Zuhao
Okay.
porn. You're losing your children in custody battle. You're a fucking winner in my book.
First, he says he thinks the laws are just fine the way they are,
Wait.
and implies that his answer is 18. But considering he
Wait, so he's still in a custody battle and he's going online telling people that he about what the how is he still in a custody battle? Have they not just seen this shit and gone, okay, maybe we shouldn't let him have kids?
violated that barrier himself, it doesn't seem he's being quite honest. And when he's asked to give a specific age, he reverts to saying he doesn't care. Really? You don't care what age someone is considered to be able to consent? What if the age of consent was 3? Would you care then? He went on Twitter to try to clarify, but only ended up making things look worse for
Bro,
himself.
like I said,
care
why do
very
they
deeply about
continue
people
talking?
following the law, including age of consent laws. What I was saying was, I genuinely don't have any opinions about what age the US government chooses in their legislation. I don't care if they raise or lower it.
Yeah,
I
but
have
that's not
zero
what you
opinions
said.
on it. Again, I ask, what if they got rid of age of consent altogether? Would you have an opinion then? Obviously, he does have an opinion. He just wants to conceal what it actually is.
Yeah.
He messaged the podcast host on Discord to express his displeasure with the flack he was getting. I have zero control over the fact that 1,000+ lies are spread by insecure people. That has been, is, and will be the source of my life problems. Gullible people are murdering Ukrainians right now. They executed Jews
Oh my
during
God.
the Holocaust.
Oh
And
my
right
God.
now, they are
Bro, he pulled a Hassan. How can we be talking about this when there's people dying in Ukraine? Is that what he's trying to do? Is he trying to pull Hassan? There's innocent people dying right now. How could we possibly be talking about how this guy's a pedophile?
trying to stop me from making more
Bro.
contributions to the furry fandom. They will lose, just like your associates
We should send him
will
to the
lose.
gulag.
If I needed to change, then my life would not have the success that it has. Like my favorite actor, Johnny Depp.
Bro, if he
the
cares so
problems are
much, he
external.
should go to Ukraine and go help. Go on. Go help them. No one will be sad if you do. Go.
And
Go
not
for it.
internal. And I've chosen to take a stronger effort to not validate my external problems with a response. Good night. Somehow, he managed to compare people hating him for his take on age of consent to Holocaust victims, Ukrainians,
Yep.
and Johnny Depp.
Yeah, so do you think Johnny Depp feels like sad that this guy's his fan? Like, do you think like if he found out that this weird pedophile furry guy was his fan, you think he'd feel a little sad about it?
All in the same breath.
Give me the
Now,
conclusion,
without
Turkish
any irony
Thomas.
or jokes attached, I want to say that these people are real, with real infant children,
Yeah, which is
associating
very
with
sad.
convicted pedophiles and putting them in danger. Regardless of how much entertainment we can milk out of these lolcows, it becomes a serious problem when it spills out and puts innocent safety in jeopardy. It's bad enough for a kid to have to go through their parents' divorce. It's worse when your parents are demented, zoophilic pedophiles who never cease to expose their insanity online, along with pictures of you on their social media accounts, which will follow you forever. Hopefully, this guy's kids come out as unscathed as possible from this whole ordeal.
Hopefully.
I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
And we also now gotta hope that fucking nothing bad happened to them as well. And you know, he was sharing fucking hotel rooms with pedophiles while his kids were in the room.
Zoos, don't you?
Okay. Well, I gotta go take the dogs to the dunny real quick. And then we'll be back to watch this next one. And if it goes in line with the last one, that makes me kind of think that it's going to be just as bad. If not worse. What is this? Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I got Panda a new toy. I got her a llama. A llama plushie. I haven't bought her a plushie in a while because Usta chews them and destroys them. But I thought I'd buy her another one because she seems like she's missing it. Seems like she's missing her teddies. So I got her another one. Now I just gotta like keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't chew it to bits again. Yeah, I'm talking about you shithead. Because, yeah, before I got him, Anna had this plushie, she would carry it around like a baby. She carried it everywhere. Everywhere she went, she carried it. But then I got him, and when I first got him, Panda just let him have things. And so he took it, and she let him have it, and he chewed it to bits and destroyed it. So yeah, I bought her a llama. Hopefully she likes it. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Stare at the dogs for a bit. Or maybe it would help if I unmute my microphone. God damn it. I'm back. I forgot to unmute. Because I'm an idiot. You know what I just realized? Isn't it weird that, like, there's pedophiles that have kids, right? And they go out of their way to diddle kids, but then they don't touch their own kids, right? Like, well, not all of them, but some of them. They don't touch their own kids. They just touched other people's kids. Like, isn't it strange that they, like, draw the line at their own kids? You know what I mean? Like, it's sick enough that they're touching kids to begin with, but for some reason they're like, oh, but I can't touch my own. Where is it? Where's the thing? There it is. I found it. It's all good. I know, I just thought about that when I was taking the dogs to the dunny. And also taking a piss. I'm gonna watch ducks for a little bit. Chill out. Oh, look at that duck's head! Look at it! Bro, it's got fucking good dope ass haircut. Bro, that duck has a pompadour. You seeing this? Ooh, trubbish. Bro, how can you not love ducks? Wait, how many channels are live that I follow? Oh. How many? Okay. Bro, look at this duck. Wrong button. Okay.
You just love them? Honestly, one of my favorite things to do in life is enjoy a nice afternoon checking one out, seeing what kinds of animals they have and how they're treated, and maybe interacting with a couple if that's allowed. Perhaps I should look up zoos online. Surely that word hasn't been hijacked by the lowest of the low. Scum of the earth degenerates.
So...
Foolish me, I thought these kinds of people were in short supply, but apparently they're far
We're
from
already
being
talking
under
about
the threat of
zoophiles,
extinction.
which makes me think
Though,
this
in my
guy's a
opinion,
scumbag.
They should be. The actual endangered species are whatever animals have the misfortune of attracting the attention of these humans, or, God forbid, having one of them as an owner. And I use the term humans loosely. Today's topic is Quantum Kitty, which makes
Bruh,
me...
I don't know what type of dog it is, but my mother's friend got a dog recently. And yesterday she went to go see her, and I played with the dog. It's a puppy. It looks like a Pomeranian, right? But at the same time, it's not. I don't know how to explain it. It's really fluffy like a Pomeranian, but it's some other dog. I can't remember what dog she said it was. It gets bigger than Pomeranians. It's like a small to medium dog, right? Bro, that thing was so fluffy. I kept telling her, like, you're gonna have so much trouble with its poops. Like, it's gonna get poop like dingleberries in its butt because it's so fluffy. And like, you're gonna have to like make sure its butt's all trimmed to prevent it. Like, it's gonna be a pain with that dog. It's the problem with having fluffy dogs like that. But man, it was a ball of energy. It was like jumping around, jumping all over me, fucking like a nutcase. They had way too much energy. Panda hates puppies. She loves kids and babies, like humans, but bro, she hates puppies. They have way too much energy for her. They just like want to play with her all the time, jumping all over her and shit. And she just doesn't have any patience for her. So she would hate that
We
fucking
think that
puppy.
anyone with Kitty in their online handle needs to be relocated to an insane asylum as soon as possible. Of course, any
Do I need to
video
change my
about this
name to
kind
Kitty?
of person requires me to emphasize that viewer discretion is advised.
Kitty
Even
do?
though disgusting and degenerate material is the norm on this channel, the topics we're going to cover in this video
Yes, it is,
are
Turkish
truly
Thomas.
not safe for life. You have been warned.
I've been warned
Today,
enough.
I have a riddle for
Warn
you.
me more.
Where can you find amazing boss fights, epic arena battles, endless amounts of challenges to
What?
complete daily, and all that squeezed into your mobile phone?
Ad.
You've probably already
More
guessed
ads.
it. It's Raid Shadow Legends.
Ah,
Raid is
fuck
actually
off.
a hit mobile game played by more than 80 million
It's
people
dog shit.
worldwide, and it's completely free
Okay?
to play,
It's
so there's
dog
no harm
shit.
in downloading and trying it out. You can either
It's
take it
absolute
easy
dog
by
shit.
casually
Don't listen to
playing,
him.
or go competitive and try to be one of the best in the game.
He's just saying
And if
this
you're like
because he
me
wants
and enjoy
money.
PvP, then you'll love fighting in the arena. It's all about building your team of champions to
Game's
make you
dog
look as
shit.
stacked as possible before fighting other people's teams. Here's a few basic tips to get you started.
I've downloaded this game 3 times, right? Just because the first time I downloaded it without watching an ad or anything, I just seen it and was like, oh, this game looks cool. This looks fun. Downloaded it. I'd be in a boss fight and the game would just turn off. Like it would just crash and turn off. I'm like, what? And then I'd look back at the game and it would log me back into before I did the boss fight. And the boss would be like half dead or nearly dead when it would happen. And it kept happening over and over again, right? So I was like, fuck this game. Uninstalled it. Then seen an ad for it on a YouTube channel. And they're like, if you download it, install it now, you get free stuff. And I was like, okay, I'll give it another go. Did it again, right? Different device this time. Like I had changed phone multiple times by then. Still did it, right? I was like, fuck this game. Uninstalled it. Then installed it a third time because I thought maybe it's fixed itself by now. And I did enjoy playing it for a little bit. And then the third time, did it again. So fuck this game.
Before you dive in, moving
Never
fast is
install this game.
definitely
It's
key.
shit.
Whoever makes the first
Just
move
crashes.
usually ends up the winner, so be as decisive
Fuck
as
it.
possible if you can. Having a good nuker helps
can go
too.
suck one.
A champion with a super powerful attack that can wipe out the other team before they can retaliate.
Yeah,
can
because
be
like the
really
third time I
useful.
downloaded it,
And
I
don't forget
downloaded it
about
on a
debuffs.
tablet
This is
that's
really
meant for
important.
gaming.
They help to reduce your opponent's defense, speed, and attack.
And it still did
They
it.
really add
So
up in my experience. Raid actually
fuck
has
them.
a St. Valentine's event going on right now. New players can
Nah,
join
don't
in a
listen to him.
special
Fuck
themed
him.
adventure called Raid Love Quest.
He's
All
full
you
of
gotta
it.
do is download
He doesn't know what he's
Shadow
talking about.
Legends
Fuck
from
you,
my
Turkish
link below.
Thomas.
Copy your in-game player ID,
I dare you.
and then go to raidlovequest.plarium.com. Enter your
Ooh,
player
she was
ID
cute.
to set out on a unique quest running for 1 month from February 14th to March 14th. You could even play one of the Valentine's Day themed mini-games for a chance to win in-game and IRL prizes, including Valentine's Day themed champions and Amazon gift cards. These are worth up
What?
to $1,000. But there's more. New players use my link or scan the QR code right here.
No,
and
don't
get
do
a
it.
free starter
Don't listen to
pack
him.
with this cool in-game loot.
He doesn't know what he's talking
So
about.
what are you waiting for? Download Raid Shadow Legends today.
He
And
probably
of
didn't
course,
actually
thanks
play
so
the
much
game.
to Raid for sponsoring today's video.
No, fuck Raid.
Meet Sean Kreese, a U.S. Marine who, despite being in his early 20s,
shit all over
looks to
his-
be about 39 and
his
have
deal.
a problem with alcohol. I guess being into getting it on with your pets really takes its toll on your health and well-being. You might be asking why
Did he
there's
say
a
he was a
mugshot of him
Marine?
in the first place, and that's what we'll be finding out in a moment. But let's rewind a little bit to before his eccentricities got him in trouble with the law. Among his many deleted instances of online presence, the earliest picture we have of Sean is the one that he has as his profile on Pinterest. I'll make a little caveat here to mention that his bio on Pinterest is "Science, I like science." So you know the guy must
What?
be an intellectual heavyweight. The fact that the vest he's seen wearing isn't a genuine Marine Corps surplus vest, but an airsoft mag carrier, indicates that he wasn't in the Marines yet. This, added to the fact that he was settled into his position as a Marine around 2020, when he would have been 20 years old, suggests that he's either 19 or younger in the photo. That being said, how easy is it to get into the Marine Corps? Are they that hard-pressed to recruit that they're scraping the bottom of the barrel to pull in these kinds of people? I'll make sure to get a couple of Mandarin and Russian classes in, because frankly, with these kinds of people in the Marines, if World War III cracks off, we're definitely not making it. But how do we know that this guy is a zoophile? Well, it's a pretty safe guess when he trips over himself to
I don't
take
know.
every opportunity
I
to
don't know
tell
what
any
to say
living
about that.
soul that he is one. You would expect that someone with an inclination this criminally disgusting and illegal
sorry,
in any
America,
minimally civilized part
that
of
your
the world
military
would make
is
some kind of effort to hide it. But it's
going
quite the
down
opposite.
the drain,
more
I guess?
taboo something is, the more that some have the compulsion to talk about it and tell everyone within sight. On his Twitter account, he proclaimed his expressed love for bestiality from the rooftops. A few indelible truths. Animals can consent. Zoophilia is valid and beautiful. There is absolutely nothing even remotely wrong with loving an animal as one would a human. Don't like it? Ah ha ha ha. Too bad. Apparently, he couldn't keep his sickness to himself and had to debate others on the topic on.
Have we ever Googled whether or not animals can consent? I don't think we have, right? What did we Google last time? It was if it's considered rape if you have sex with a zombie, right? I don't think how does an animal give consent? How do I explain this? How do they explain how they give consent? Like, what's their reasoning for it? Is it like the animal gives like a head nod? And they're like, yeah, see, because they nodded their head, they gave consent? Or is it like, I don't understand. Because they can't talk. So I don't get it. How do they think the animal is giving consent? By the way, I just realized my window is open that I'm sitting right next to, and I'm pretty much just like yelling this. So my neighbors probably think I'm fucking weird. Which is really funny. Is there like a legit argument for this? Or is this just like people that are into it are just saying that animals can consent even though they really can't? Can animals can reproduce? What? Of course they can. What a stupid thing to Google. How do we define rape and consent in the animal kingdom? Okay. Can animals give consent to each other? I'm in a debate with a friend who says that humans are biologically driven to sexual violence? What? What are you talking about? Okay, you've lost me already. His reasoning is that since animals rape each other, why would we be the exception? Thus, rape and sexual violence are evolutionary and biologically driven. I have a thought about this. So, they rape each other. I don't think they do, right? Because, like, I can use an example. Asta tries to hump Panda all the time. All the time. Every chance he gets. Even though he's had his nuts snipped. I don't know why. But he does it all the time. And when Panda doesn't want it, right? Sometimes she doesn't care and just lets him. But when she doesn't want it, she lays down. She lays down so he can't latch onto her. And then she gets up and she snaps at him, right? So that, in that aspect, the act of consent would be her just standing there, right? And not stopping him. Does that make sense? It's like when you're in a relationship with a girl or a guy and you start kissing them and then that just leads to sex, right? You don't verbally say, hey, well, sometimes you do, but you don't always verbally say, hey, let's have sex. It just leads that way, right? But the way this guy's phrasing it is like every time animals have sex, they're raping each other. This guy says, I have a problem with this. I don't think animals rape each other. I mean, some do. Like ducks, and I think dolphins are another one. Some do. Not all, though. But this doesn't help me on the debate on whether or not animals can consent to humans, though. That's just saying, like, whether or not they can consent to each other.
These deeply philosophical, ethical arguments even included him defending the act of violating an animal after death. A dead animal can't consent, just like a living animal can't consent either. Consent is inapplicable to the dead. Live animals can consent. Okay,
So-
see it from a point of respect. Imagine someone...
I guess it boils down to what is consent, right? Because consent is like... Is consent just verbal? Because if it is, then animals can't consent, right? Like, that's just a fact, right? I'm looking up the meaning of consent. Consent.
Consent.
Yep, that's how you say it. Permission for something to happen or agreement to do something, which would imply it's verbal, right? Can you give consent at what? At 16? That's not what I'm asking. Without verbalizing? Okay, oh, there it is. That's, thank God Google's here. Can you give consent non-verbally? That's a good way of saying it. Yes, consent can be expressed non-verbally through actions, body language, and cues. But it should always be clear, informed, and voluntary. Okay. Clear examples include nodding, smiling, or providing another affirmative visual cue. Okay, I have another example, right? Because I'm trying to figure out how they think they're getting consent from dogs and cats and stuff, right? Because, like, my sister's cat, when it would go in heat, it would come to me and it would, like, push its ass into me, right? And then when I moved out, it started doing it to my nephew. So it knew that I was a male and it knew my nephew was a male. So it knew that we were the opposite gender, right? Are they using that as, because it's just in heat, and when cats go into heat, they just want to mate, like they don't care. Is that what they're using as, like, consent from cats? But then the other thing is, like, so Panda, she's a girl. She doesn't hump like anything. Some female dogs hump pillows and stuff, but she doesn't do that. She's humped twice, and it was me both times. She humped my leg because she got too excited, and we laughed about it because we thought it was really weird because she's a girl. So why is she humping? But yeah, that was the only time she's ever humped anything, and it was me. And when she started, I stopped her. Are they using those types of things as non-verbal consent to why it's okay? Because, like, when Panda did that, I didn't think, oh, she wants to have sex with me. My thought was, oh, okay, she's way too excited right now. Right? Because what it was I was gone. I think the first time I was gone that was the first time I left her at home, and I was gone for like half the day. So when I came home, she was just way too excited. And then the second time, I think I was gone all day. I think I left early in the morning before the sun got up, and I came home and it was like dark. So she was just like, I was gone for longer than normal. So she was just way too excited. And with the cat thing, it's just my first thought was she's in heat. When cats go in heat, they go crazy. Trying to like wrap my hand around how they. I think I've said this before, but I think way too much about things. I'm trying to figure out why they think it's okay and how they think animals can consent.
Someone f***s the corpse of one of your dead relatives. Again, simply not applicable to animals. The animal's family isn't going to be offended.
Then there's definitely no consent with like zombies and dead people, right? Because like if you can give consent without being verbal, but like it's like cues and like actions. Whereas if you're dead, I don't think you can give actions. Hey, Nico and Raichu. How's it going? I have all of the 151 Pokemon Gen 1. I have all Pokemon for Gen 2. That's cool. You mean shiny, or do you mean like just normal? Touch me. Because I think I'm like... I know I need Dragonite's line. I think I need Staryu's line. Goldeen line. And then Articuno, Zapdos, and Mewtwo. I think that's it. And then I'll have all of Gen 1 shiny.
Or hurt from their family member being f***ed after death. They wouldn't even know about it.
That's cool.
Well, I think that's enough Twitter for today. His YouTube playlist of favorite videos, for example, besides the odd source filmmaker
I don't have the
meme,
Pikachu
is
line
with
shiny because I'm going to hunt them in Scarlet and Violet because I caught one in a is it called a fastball? The one with the lightning bolt on it. I'm gonna Masuda hunt Pichu, Pikachu, and Raichu. So I can have it in that special ball. But I do have a shiny Alolan Raichu. But yeah, I have like out of the 1,100 Pokemon or whatever there is, I think I have like 70% shiny. That's like 700 or so shinies in the entire Pokedex. So my living
My
dex
Little
is
Pony
getting there.
clips, which is probably how he got into this stuff in the first place. And one particularly pernicious video titled Presentation, Sexual Ethics, Zoophilia, Necrophilia, Pedophilia.
Does My Little
Though
Pony
the
make...
combination of those elements are
Is
enough
that
to
what
raise
turns
suspicion,
people into
Sean leaves no room for
zoophiles? I don't-
speculation, as he has an account under the same handle on Zooville, a site centered around
But why
discussing
is there so
zoophilia and
many-
bestiality. His bio reads,
There's so
"Hello,
many
I'm
websites
Quantum
to
Kitty,
discuss this
Twitter's
stuff.
most
It's
infamous
crazy.
zoophile. Male, 20,
How could Pikachu evolve
Equinophile,
into Raichu?
INTP, U.S. Marine,
With
lover
a
of math and
Thunderstone.
science. Meow? The fact that he has his Myers-Briggs personality test results right next to the word equinophile is really something else. I'll say it right now,
and
do not
Alolan
ever go on his
Raichu needs to
websites.
be
It's exactly the
Pikachu
kind of thing
that's
you'd
in
think could
Alolan.
only be hosted in the deep web or some insane Eastern European Telegram chat. However, it's not only up in public, but it's still active as we speak. I'd say this is a job for hackers
What?
if it weren't much more deserving of a specialized
Why
firing
is there so many websites to
in
discuss this stuff?
Minecraft, in Roblox. Meta irony, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of displaying your most deranged peculiarities for all to see, and where it can be easily traced back to your real-life identity, this wasn't the only public forum that Sean participated in. Because of how few and far between English-speaking extremely online zoos happen to be,
So far, this
they
guy
tend
seems
to
worse
unite
than the
into
last
little
one.
niches where everyone knows and defends each other. Birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. In early 2021,
did I answer
it
your
was
question?
announced on Twitter that Quantum Kitty would be joining two others, Toggle the Rat and Love Cat, on the explicitly pro-zoophile podcast Zooier Than Thou. Yes, you heard me right.
What?
A zoo podcast. To me, it sounds absurd, but apparently there's a lot of them. Extremely online people love starting podcasts, after all. The ZTT podcast features episodes such as zoophilia and religion, mixed relationships, zoos and non-zoos, and
Whatever
women
happened
in the
to
zoo community.
to like the mentality where if you're into something really weird like this, then you just keep it to yourself. You don't talk to other people. Like, what happened to that? Now they seem so happy to just go online and talk to everyone about it. And it's crazy. Like, it's insane. Why are these people so comfortable with just telling everybody about how they want to have sex with animals?
You know what? I'm glad they're finally fixing their female representation problem. That was always the most glaringly obvious issue with zoos. They weren't diverse enough with women. I can't really...
Yeah, why don't none of these, like, animal people have, like, titties? Why they all just got, like, pecs? Where's their titties?
think of anything else that's objectionable about them. Now
Why
that
not have rat
taken care of,
titties?
current year truly is progressive. I cannot for the life of me stress how absurd it is that a podcast exists where these guys sit down for an hour or so, openly talking about their lifestyle, with royalty-free smooth jazz playing in the background. The aberrant garbage is everywhere the eyes can see just from clicking on the website. And yes, there is a functioning website for it, available on the ClearNet. I can't even show you guys these people's character designs because they are always not safe for not being traumatized. Their online presence isn't contained in just their own site though. They also have a Twitter account, so you can stay up to date on when new episodes are coming out, which I'm sure all of you are chomping at the bit for. Surprisingly enough, the podcast is even up on YouTube. People have tried and succeeded at getting it taken down before, but they just made a new channel and re-uploaded everything again. Welcome to YouTube, folks, where these guys can talk about R-wording animals out in the open, but if I talk about them talking about R-wording animals out in the open, I'll get hit with an age restriction. Awesome. To summarize as much as possible, the podcast currently has a handful of interchangeable hosts. There's Lovecat, real name Chad Grisham.
Maybe we should go back to shaming these people. Maybe that's the problem.
Such as, how
We've stopped shaming these types of people.
His answer was,
now they feel comfortable just talking about it all the time. Maybe we should go back to shaming
and that's
them.
where I'm going to stop reading. You also have Zooey, Kinophile, and Canis Gnosis. Kinophile has a couple of old Reddit posts doing zoo AMAs which were about as well received as you'd expect. And Canis Gnosis retweets new agey inspirational quotes. There is no exercise better for the heart than reaching down and lifting someone else up. Growth is uncomfortable because you've never been here before. You've never seen this version of you. So give yourself a little grace and breathe through it. Nothing quite like putting live, laugh, love, and keep calm and carry on type quotes on your timeline right next to your arguments about why bestiality is ethical. The cognitive dissonance these people possess defies all logic and reasoning, and yet here we are. However, the founders of the podcast, Fosty and Toggle, take the cake for just how demented they are. Fosty, or Douglas Spink, wasn't just your run-of-the-mill zoophile. He owned a
my
VPN
horse
company
is more
and
than
used to
my
be an
husband.
international drug trafficker. At one point, he was arrested for nothing other than running a farm dedicated entirely to the purpose of bestiality.
Oh my God.
An article about this incident from 2010 in the Sydney Morning Herald does a good job of explaining Douglas Spink's backstory.
Why do we not?
39,
Why
made
do
a
they
fortune
not
in
get rid of these
Oregon
people?
buying and selling small companies in the 1990s and was known as an adrenaline junkie, listing rock climbing and base jumping off cliffs, radio towers, and bridges among his hobbies. But by 2002, his wealth
Hey, he
had
should try that,
evaporated.
but
He
without,
filed
like,
for bankruptcy as
protective
creditors
gear.
sought millions from him, and he began running in
Without
marijuana
the
across the
parachute.
border for a local drug kingpin.
Just see what
Spink was
happens.
arrested in 2005 after investigators pulled him
Might be
over
interesting.
with a load of nearly 170 kilograms of cocaine, valued at $34 million. Authorities searched his
What the
farm after
fuck?
prosecutors received a tip from a public defender's office in Tennessee. Dozens of dogs,
Why is there so much
horses, and pet
coke?
mice were seized, along with what investigators described as thousands of images of bestiality and apparent CP. There were mice that had their tails cut off, they were smothered in Vaseline, and had string tied around them. When agents searched Spink's
What?
home, they found a video of a man sexually abusing dogs, and that same man was still on the property wearing the same clothes as in the video. Apparently, this farm was part of some kind of program or
Why? What were the rats for? They had their tails cut off, strings tied around them, and covered in Vaseline. What were they doing with the rats? There's no way that they were shoving the rats up their ass, right? That's not what they were doing with the rats, right? Bro, this makes me sad. I like rats. Bro, so if I had to like list my favorite animals, ducks are what? Oh no. Where'd it go? Where's my ducks? Ducks are my favorite. By far. I love ducks. Second would probably be rats. And then third would be dogs, right? And then fourth would probably be like goats. I really like goats as well. But that water's disgusting. So like to hear like these rats had their tails cut off, covered in Vaseline. It's like
for Operation Spink was running,
which
even had its own website.
Very, very
though he
sad.
wasn't very subtle about what was really going on. Spink has a history of training and breeding dogs and horses. He calls his operation Exit Point Stallions Limited and expounds at length on his website about his philosophy. Are we unconventional in our approach to stallion care? Absolutely, he writes. He later adds, we don't wall off sexual energy in our stallions as something dangerous or inappropriate, but rather channel that energy towards positive, safe, appropriate paths. There's a proper time and place for it, and we work towards those sort of skills rather than fighting unwinnable fights against deeply rooted instincts. It was at this same farm, by the way, where Kenneth Pinion, or as he's usually called online, Mr. Hands, died from injuries suffered while being mounted by a horse. And yes, I do mean
no
mounted
way.
that way. As for Spink, he ended up dying in 2020.
I did not think we were going to be hearing about Mr. Hands today. Holy shit. So this guy runs the farm where Mr. Hands died.
After succumbing to cancer in his, behind region. These people would rather inflict internal bleeding upon themselves or contract cancer than refrain from engaging in these horrific proclivities. Let that sink in, truly. Take it in.
That's crazy.
Or don't. Feel free to relinquish all this information to some dark recess of your mind and never think about it ever.
Thank you. Thank you, Turkish Thomas. Putting these adorable kittens in the middle of this video. The kitty is so cute.
Cancer, then refrain from engaging in these horrific proclivities. Let that sink in, truly. Take it in. Or don't. Feel free to relinquish.
Look at it. Oh, it's so adorable. It's so adorable. Hopefully it's not that guy's farm.
Wish all this information to some dark recess of your mind and never think about it ever again. I wish I could. Long before the formation of the Zooier Than Thou podcast, Spink was making other attempts at normalizing the twisted behavior of zoos. One was the Twitter account
I told my dad the other day,
created in March 2013. Its bio reads, defending the historical role, community, and core legal rights of zoophiles via activism.
And they wouldn't let me have a
Along
kitten
with this
either.
was the hashtag
Just
LGBTZ, an attempt at putting zoophilia under the LGBT umbrella. The account's last bit of activity before it went silent, presumably due to Spink's death, was retweeting, why horse racing is cruel and needs to end. A classic tactic these people use is feigning compassion towards animals, as if they were even more sensitive to their sufferings than the average person.
Aren't you fucking
then
them?
they turn around and argue for why it's okay to use their corpses, or end up being exposed for zoo sadism. Speaking of which, that brings me to the zoo sadism leaks. In 2018, a Telegram channel sharing some of the most abhorrent animal abuse content known to man was exposed, along with the furries and zoos who were a part of it. Many of you are probably already aware of this event, and when it took place, the Cross Species Alliance account was very quick to come to the defense of those implicated.
We
Nothing in
don't
your
deserve
screenshots
dogs.
shows zoo sadism. That mega archive from our search through
Humans
it
don't
thus
deserve
far
dogs.
doesn't either. Conflating zoos with zoo sadism may be a neat PR trick, but it's f***ed up this entire effort to pin down real zoo sadist horrors. Clear and convincing evidence exists of intentional conflation of healthy zoophilia with the horrors of actual zoo sadism. Such conflation, again, only serves to distract focus from efforts to identify and respond to tangible, objective abuse of non-humans. That's a disgrace. Such conflation, it seems clear, is done by those deeply prejudiced towards zoophiles and our community in an attempt to score political points and thus to further express their bigotry. That such petty politicking directly hinders work targeting real abuse is, again, a true disgrace. On the other hand, Toggle the Rat is much more of an amateur in comparison. Don't mistake this for me saying he's somehow not that bad. His likes, according to his Fur Affinity account, include age play, age differences, and underage characters, as well as grandfather/grandson, incest, and, obviously, zoophilia. With this in mind, it makes sense that he gets mad when people conflate pedophilia with cubs.
How do people
which
have
are
so
furries
many
interested
different
in LARPing
kinks?
as young animals, often depicted as toddlers or babies. Like
Ugh.
Spink, as well as many other zoos and furries, he tried to include zoophilia under the LGBT plus umbrella.
Oh
His
my
Twitter
God.
bio also says, minors do not interact, but given that he defends maps, it's the minors that need to be worried about the kind of interactions Toggle has in mind for them. Toggle has also been implicated in these zoosadism leaks, though no conclusive evidence has been found for him being a zoosadist, besides being associated with many. One of the people the leak was primarily about was Caro the Wolf,
Yeah,
someone that has been covered
fucking
previously
scumbag.
by yours truly. Speaking of Caro, Quantum Kitty avidly stood up for him on Twitter, so he and Toggle definitely have a lot of shared interests. Zooier Than Thou also had Hypnotist Sappho on the podcast, so their track record is truly astonishing when it comes to bringing together the worst of the worst.
Who is that
it's
one?
like every evil furry of
Benny, you still here? Who is this one? Is there a video on this one? Is this Karat Cord Kitty? This isn't Cord Kitty, is it? Because they don't sound like Cord Kitty. But I want to know who this one is. There's got to be a video on this one. Because that video started with this person fucking talking about how they're attracted to German Shepherds. Ew. Oh. There's got to be a video on this one. I'm going to find it.
Truly astonishing when it comes to bringing together the worst of the worst. It's like every evil furry I've ever made a video about is just grabbing drinks together every night and catching up. The
Yeah,
announcement for their episode with Quantum said that they would be discussing animal autonomy and the inherent value of experience.
Animals playing.
Looks like Australia. Are these the Brumbies? These the wild Brumbies? Bro, I think that happened recently. Bro, so many Brumbies got killed. So many. All Brumbies in Australia. Is it still like a... Is it still like a big thing? Whoa. Whoa, that horse is beautiful. Kiga Mustang? Bro, what a beautiful horse. Holy shit. What a nice looking horse. Anyway, back to the Brumbies. Feral horse in Australia. When was this? When was this updated? I don't know if it was updated recently. Anyway, we have like this big epidemic. These wild horses, they're called Brumby. They're like feral horses in Australia, and they're tearing through the outback and like destroying it. And not long ago they did like a culling, and they killed so many of them. Like there was so many of them that they killed. But this kind of looks like it.
They would be discussing animal autonomy and the inherent value of experience.
Animals playing with balls is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love watching animals play with toy balls.
Yeah, all kinds of toys.
In practice, this meant equivocating the meat industry with breaking into barns and violating the animals inside. The twisted history of the Zooier Than Thou podcast is much more extensive than we have time to cover here, but hopefully all
What
of
did you just say?
Than Thou podcast barns and violating the in practice this meant equivocating the meat industry with breaking into barns and violating the animals inside. The twisted history of the Zooier Than Thou podcast is much more extensive than we have time to cover here, but
What is
hopefully
wrong with these
all of
people?
this is sufficient enough to give a good idea of what Quantum Kitty's moral character is, given the kind of people that he associates with. Thankfully, not every online acquaintance of Quantum's was as friendly to his endeavors as these people are. Typically, when I make these videos, the non-zoophile furries get bunched in with the rest since, let's face it, there are a lot of zoophiles that are also furries. However, on this occasion, despite my personal opinions about furries, I do have to mention that some of the first people to go after Quantum Kitty were people from the furry community, who didn't
That's what I
like
was
how
telling
he,
you.
along with the
Tom
other
needs to make a
zoos, were
video
slowly infiltrating their
about the
spaces.
good furries.
Two people in particular, Coyote Lovely and Relly, would engage directly with Quantum Kitty and actually confront him about certain things he's been doing online, such
are
as
these the good
sending
furries?
bestiality porn to minors. Sean's bulletproof defense, which would certainly hold up in a court of law, was that he did it as an argument, as he had been debating these minors on whether dogs could consent or not. The video was supposedly to be proof of their capability to consent, according to him.
Because not only have you just admitted to watching zoophile porn, bestiality porn, sending it to people, and even with the context you given, scum of society. Literally, below that, you animals. Animals can't consent.
It's a fact. Prove it.
Prove a negative. Prove a negative. Oh yeah, I'm so smart. I'm gonna tell you to prove a negative.
That's because they're animals. They have the minds of fucking toddlers. They're gonna
you're
other species, yeah? They're gonna other people.
You're equating
What?
fully developed animals who are fully developed to engage in sexual interaction to children who are absolutely not.
I have no idea what you said.
Mr. Zoophile, if you actually go pick up a puppy from the pound and then wait until it's old enough to have sex with it, does that make you an orbiter as well? Like, or were you a pedophile or groomer? Like, what is that? Like, what do we call you in that situation? Aside from sick.
Well, considering I don't have sex with underage animals, no, I'm not a...
Wait, all animals are underage.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What?
Animals. Oh my god. What is the age of consent for an animal? Please tell
Yeah,
me.
what are you talking about? Panda's 10 this year. Right? And like that's old for a dog. Like she's probably got like 2 more years left, maybe. Because she's a big dog. So she's probably got 2 to 5 years left. Then she's cactus, right? But like what is he talking about? They're all underage. Is he trying to say like dog years? I thought that was proven that dog years aren't like human years and dog years aren't a thing. I thought that was proven like not long ago.
Me. Is it 2 barks for yes, 1 bark for no?
If we want to establish an age of consent for a dog, we could argue that it's when it's fully developed in every sense, physically, mentally.
Bro, what are you talking about? A dog is fully developed at 1.5. Right? A dog, I'm pretty certain dogs can start breeding when they're like 1. If I'm not mistaken. Wait, hold on. When can a male dog can breed whenever dog start breeding? Around 9 or 10 months of age. Exactly. So fucking what are we talking about? And then how long is a dog's gestation period? Dog's gestation period is like 60 days, right? Which is 2 months. Panda, when I got Panda, right? Panda was 1 year. 1 year and like 2 months old, I think. Yeah, because she was born in October. I think she was born October 10th. So yeah, and I got her in December. So she was 1 year, 2 months when I got her. And she had puppies already. Because she was a part of a dogfighting ring. And they decided it was better to breed her. And then they dumped her afterwards. So is he trying to say that a dog is fully mature at 10 months to a year? Like, what are we talking about? This guy's insane. These people just use any argument whatsoever to, like, justify what they're doing. It's mental. Like, in no way, shape, or form, what he's doing is good.
mentally and sexually,
2
which
years
tends to
old.
be.
I think we're done here, really.
No, you're
I
done
heard-
here because you don't have a valid argument.
I don't need an argument to make fun of you, you fucking dumbass.
Then get the fuck out of here.
This has been really, really fun. Real quick, I guess I'll leave us off as well. Go to your roof and just do a backflip.
But please stop fucking animals.
I like this guy. I like this guy. This guy's great. Who's this guy? We need to watch some of his videos. This dude's great. Oh, I don't need an argument to make fun of you. What a moron. This guy's so dumb. Why are you laying like that? Why are you being weird? Hey, come over here. Come lay down over here. Are you okay? You seem like weirdly sad. Huh? What's going on? Cookie Bubby? What's going on? Why are you being weird? Huh? Why are you laying there like a weirdo? Yeah? You're a good girl. Yeah. You stink. Yeah, you smell like dog. Nah, you smell like dog. Yeah, you stink like dog. Yeah. Yeah, you stink like dog. I can't hold your hand. I can't hold your hand. Is that what you wanted? You want to hold hands? I can't do that right now. Okay, I'll try to do it. Try and hold your hand while I play this game. I don't know if it'll work. Oh, Jesus. Bro, moving with one hand is really hard.
Not gonna happen.
God damn it.
One comment under the YouTube upload of this video reads as follows. He sent it to several minors, including me. The whole reason I created Quantum Crackhead, now Crackhead the Duck, a parody of Sean's original Twitter account, was to get back at him for sending me that disgusting shit. Of course, once that parody gained traction, he mass reported it, but since the account didn't break TOS, he did not get his way. And
Yeah, so
recently,
just so everyone knows, dogs can start breeding at like 9 to 10 months. It takes 2 months for them to gestate and then have puppies. And then on top of that, dogs are fully grown at about 1.5 years of age. Like I think it's like 1 year and like 3 or 4 months, something like that. That's when they stop growing. So like this guy's trying to say that when a dog is like, if he's trying to say once they're fully grown, that's it. That's 1.5 years old dog, which is insane. Like I don't know why I'm trying to like explain why this guy is crazy when he's having sex with dogs.
Something that crossed the line too far. He saved and
Like,
posted a photo
I
of
feel
me
like it
without my
explains
consent.
itself.
So now, not only has he sent me bestiality, he saved a photo of me and posted it as his argument with someone else. First, sending minors bestiality, now saving and sharing pictures of them. Seems we're going in an appropriate direction. This discussion, wherein Sean admitted to doing these things, was just a clip from a larger video which is still up on YouTube if you want to go check it out for yourself. As it turns out, this spat over his online interactions with a minor would later reveal themselves to be just a drop in the ocean of Sean's misdeeds, if you can believe that. After having publicly vilified Sean, people began reaching out to Coyote Lovely to essentially give him more ammo to use against Quantum Kitty, who became paranoid about it. This led Sean to conduct an entire online crusade of gaslighting against Coyote, as this thread by Twitter account Zoophile Struggle Tweets, or Strugs, shows. The images attached were screenshots of Sean's conversations with people whom apparently considered him a friend, saying things like, "You should give me everything you have on Coyote. I can do my digging and hopefully come up with a full dox. When you give me the go-ahead, I can then release it. Coyote isn't really a good friend to anyone, it seems, only seems to care about using people. If your usefulness has run out, he'll toss you to the wayside. If you decide you don't like what he's doing, you're his new target." This was quite a case of projection, as Sean was evidently doing what he was accusing Coyote of. In his efforts to isolate Coyote from everyone else online, he would go around Strugs' back and talk to his friends, manipulating them into further pressing Strugs to the point where he had to talk to a psychologist. Another mutual acquaintance of theirs, who was unnamed, was suicidal according to Strugs, though the nature of Sean's coercion is unknown and unverified. Though a deleted, but archived tweet from this same thread shows Sean suggesting a death threat to members of the zoo community that betrayed his trust. To this day, he hasn't killed anyone that we know of, but a guy this demented, and a Marine with access to firearms to boot.
Oh
certainly
shit, yeah, I
wouldn't have
forgot he was a
reservations
Marine.
about it if push came to shove. That was an exceptional move for him, though. Most of the time, the common Quantum Kitty protocol limited itself to indiscriminately doxing
Completely
anyone that
forgot he
posed
was a
threat
Marine.
or obstacle to him, even strangers on Twitter who just had the misfortune of expressing they disagreed. Along with this, he mass reported them, either through bots or his network of zoo friends, until they were banned. After all, Sean was very right to be paranoid about Coyote, as a later video of his included conversations sourced by Winter Green, another zoo and former friend of Sean's, who also had decided some kind of ethical line was crossed. Imagine being such a degenerate that even other zoos can't put up with it anymore. Regardless, Winter Green said, Quantum took a fawn's corpse, stuffed it in his fridge, and had sex with it for 3 days. He had Redacted try and look out for him whilst he put a fox corpse in his trunk and f***ed it. He's had consistent bloodstains left in his house from f***ing deer corpses, and his one regret, according to Redacted, was a rotting raccoon corpse he f***ed. Quantum
Is this something, like, new? Because this is, like, necrophilia and zoophile, right? Zoophilia. Necrozoophilia? It's like a mixture of both. Does this dude create his own, like, offshoot of both of those? So his thing is dead animals. That's weird. Like, that's... I didn't think zoophilia or necrophilia would get weirder, but I guess it did.
Quantum is f***ed. He's even been looked into by the feds for sending pornographic shit to kids. Sucked a 40-year-old's dick for a job, too. Also, Quantum struck the guy's dog. Redacted told him, "You do that again and I'll fucking kill you." Wanted to beat her like he does his puppy. Redacted told me once his puppy wet the bed or floor or something, and Quantum damn near threw him. Slapped him hard, apparently. Quantum apparently has no firearms discipline either. Last time Redacted and Quantum got together, Quantum was acting like Billy Badass with his AR, had a loaded mag in, none chambered, and had the flash suppressor pointed at Redacted's dog's head. He's done it multiple times. The guy is a legit abuser and beyond degenerate, to use some of Yote's past words. The veracity of these claims, though initially dubious since they came from someone else in the zoo community, would be confirmed by another set of screenshots of messages Quantum Kitty had sent another acquaintance of his through Telegram, Zerkalo, apparently addressing these stories, saying, "I was quite sadistic as a young teen, not just towards animals, but people too. I used to beat one of the family's dogs because I hated her for bullying my dog. One time I beat her so severely that she just dropped to the floor and stopped moving. I thought she was dead. Turns out she was just unconscious and woke up shortly after. She was f***ed up for days. When the parents got home and noticed she was acting strange, I just blamed it on illness. I also used to beat my own disabled brother when I got mad, punching him harshly when he was minding his own business, just because I was mad at a game, a fucking mentally disabled person. Obviously, this was years ago and I feel horrible about these things. It fills me with shame and regret every time I think of it. Fortunately, I have a wonderful relationship with both of them nowadays, and I have become a better person. I know I will never do such things again, but will still never forgive myself."
Ducks. I like ducks. Bro, what is wrong with people? Like, how, like, I don't get it. I find it super difficult to empathize with, like, anyone. Like, and I struggle with, like, feeling emotions. But, like, even I'm not that unhinged to just start beating on a dog or a disabled person just because I'm angry. I don't know. I don't get it. Quack, 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 quack. Turning it all the way up. So we can hear the quacks. The beautiful quacks. That's a cool duck. There's duck in the corner here. He's all like white and black. He's a cool duck. What's going on, buddy? You want to watch the ducks too? No, you can't hear them though. Have a headset in. I guess I should probably finish the video. Why is there so many unhinged people in the world though? Oh, the cool duck went away. Oh. Oh, the chicken scared it. Fuck you, chicken. See, chickens ruin everything. Fuck chickens.
If you notice that he conspicuously failed to mention the claims about the dead deer and other roadkill, he would immediately follow that passage up with this whopper. I used to f dead deer I found on the side of the road. Started back in 2018 and continued up until early this year. Managed it probably 24 times. Dragging them into the woods or into my car, and 2 times into my house to f them. It was terrible. Blood everywhere and smelled so bad, I invested in a good respirator to filter out the smell of rotting corpses. I reached my breaking point when I had a dead deer in my fridge for 2 days to fuck multiple times. That's when I broke and knew I had to stop. It was so fucking degenerate, I couldn't even look at myself. A cold, dead deer covered in blood laying on my kitchen floor, and I was done fucking it. That was it. I stopped and I haven't done it since. I'm done with that. It was only ever deer. The fox thing Redacted was talking about was for him. He wanted me to pick it up so we could take it back so he could chop off its head and tail to keep it. I did not fuck anything other than the deer. And yeah, I had sex with Redacted's dog behind his back, as if that nasty prick's consent is needed for the dog to do her own thing. What an interesting plot twist. From regretful necrozoophile to proudly embracing
necrozoophile, that's what they called it.
Because the dog did her own thing. As with all cases like this, any minimal sign of acknowledgement or repentance is immediately followed by becoming defensive and doubling down on the horrible things they've done. Apparently, he would only rarely tell these sob stories to people, and were lucky, or cursed, enough that these prints survived. Right now, I will make a caveat to expound on some information that can either cast suspicion over the source of this information, or further legitimize it. The person from whom these screenshots of Sean's confession came from, Zerkalo, wasn't just a zoophile, but a zoo sadist, who was into drawn gore and animal abuse. On top of that, he's also joined the alt-furries, or Nazfurs, which if you don't know, are a group of furries who support National Socialism. Third Reich stuff. Not only that, but he was the administrator of the main alt-fur Telegram, while the brunt of the groomings and other shenanigans were taking place there. Again, this is tied to Kara the Wolf, who was practically omnipresent, though this time only indirectly, as part of what made the alt-furs disintegrate was a member of theirs, Foxler, publicly stating their support for Karo. While there is a plethora of other information on Zerkalo, I'll cap it here and let you decide whether this means the info he provided is unreliable, or if it's reliable precisely because he's enough of an insider to be in contact with people like Sean. Back to Quantum Kitty, despite his supposed disgust at what he'd done to those dead deer, 24 times, by the way, he would remain a pro-contact zoo, meaning he supported not only the destigmatization of zoophilia, but also the promotion of contact between zoos and animals. I, on the other hand, promote the contact of the nearest police force if someone ever tries to debate the ethics of banging animals. Almost 2 months before Coyote's vid came out, Sean's aforementioned paranoia about people connecting these dots and figuring out what kind of person he really was had him prepping for the hot water he was about to be doused with. He took it to Twitter to do some preemptive damage control.
Yep, Twitter will save you.
Fellow zoos, I'm leaving the community tonight. As of late, it's come to my attention some zoos who hate me are working to defame me by spreading rumors about me. This is far from the first time it's happened too. In light of this and numerous other things, I've decided it's time for me to head on out. My focus on this community and Twitter especially has caused me to neglect much more important things in my life. It was fun while it lasted, but it's time for me to check out. Later tonight, I shall delete this account, this time for good. I will not be coming back this time. The Quantum Kitty is now dead. I wish all of you good luck and happy times, and remember, stay defiant. Of course, he was lying and returned almost instantly, just as he had done many times before, and would do many times after. I won't mention every time he switches handles because it's pointless, just know that every once in a while, instead of making some variation of the Quantum Kitty name, he names himself some pretentious surface-level literary reference. I've been mentioning his Twitter for a while now, but we haven't yet had the displeasure of going over his tweets. For example, in this one, Sean appreciates one of his favorite Einstein quotes about being a man of value. It seems he's really into powerful quotes, such as this other one that says, "If you believe in yourself, you can be the reason why a horse gets pregnant," which he emphatically retweeted.
What?
Yeah, powerful stuff indeed, guys. This is so.
I don't think he knows how this stuff
GTFO in
works.
his bio, and often did anti-pedophile lip service to try and prevent anyone from accusing him of it. The fact that he spent every hour of every day constantly fighting people on Twitter over the ethics of zoophilia made being consistent in his PR efforts very difficult. In one instance, he would tweet, "Here's a few facts. Animals are conscious. Animals are sentient. Animals experience pleasure. Animals have emotions. That's it. That's the tweet." To which,
Yes, and they also experience pain. So why do you assume that what you're doing to them is pleasurable and not painful? Like, we're not built to be doing this sort of stuff. So if anything, it is probably painful, not pleasurable. What's wrong with these people?
another user would reply with a copy-paste of his
Because
post.
it's pleasurable
but with
to you
animals
doesn't mean
replaced
it
with
is to them.
kids. This would be to no avail, as Sean would double down, saying those were also facts. When asked if being a pedophile was okay, he replied, "There's nothing wrong with being a pedo, only with acting on it. Don't see what this has to do with anything.
What?
Not that being a pro-contact zoo isn't bad enough, but this obviously adds a new layer of wretchedness on top of it. When the list of the people he was following was examined, it showed that he was following a number of zoos, including many that were minors, ranging anywhere from 17 all the way down to 13 years old. In another tweet, he would also weirdly brag about having sex with a 17-year-old. As a 20-year-old,
God.
I had sex with a 17-year-old too. Feel free to cry about it, Lamau. I'm Quantum Kitty, and I had sex with a 17-year-old. If you think a 20-year-old having sex with a 17-year-old is pedophilia, you're fucking stupid, Lamau. Sean has a history of being in denial, as he also claims that, despite his entire online presence being under the name of Kitty, and him having his profile picture be some kind of furry commission, he is not a furry, which at this point seems like pretty
What?
small potatoes in comparison to the rest. And a couple of other tweets, which are now gone from the platform.
What are you
Thanks,
talking?
Elon. He made quite a specific claim that not only are animals
He doesn't want to be
able
called a
consent,
furry,
but
but
their
he's
sex with animals
he's
is
more than
actually
happy to be
safer
called a
than sex with
pedophile.
humans. Risk of disease is significantly lower than with humans. Please provide evidence of harm. Animals can consent. Nice bandwagon. Anything else? Care to speak about human STDs?
Do you want to know why there's no evidence of people having sex with animals and harming them? Because the people that have sex with animals don't care, so they're not going to take them to the vet. Even if the animal starts bleeding, they won't take the animal to the vet, because then the vet will know that you've done something. So of course there's no evidence, you fucking idiot.
Oh, wait. When confronted with resources from this absolute miserable fool who was taking the time out of his day to engage with him, he would pivot to another prepared point. Most STIs don't come from animals, are far deadlier and more prevalent. Even more proof that sex with humans...
Doesn't AIDS come from monkeys? Wasn't AIDS originated from monkeys or something? Origin of AIDS. Originated in West Central Africa, likely from a cross-species transmission of a simian. Does that mean like, yeah, there it is. From chimpanzees to humans. That immediately proved him wrong. Immediately. The most deadly one comes from fucking monkeys. So it's clear this person doesn't do any research, just says things.
Isn't good. It's causing a bunch of harm, right? Call me crazy, but I suspect that most STIs don't come from animals due to the fact that banging animals isn't exactly the most popular practice.
Yeah,
when the person
that
he was
too.
replying to wouldn't concede, he would terminate the discussion with the statement, "It's clear you are utterly clueless and completely ignorant of immunology and microbiology as well as psychology." It's interesting that he's accusing someone of not being savvy about psychology when, in another tweet, he alleged that he was seeing a therapist who agreed with him that zoophilia was not an issue. Not sure how
What?
trustworthy that psychological know-how can actually be. If that's actually the case and he wasn't just lying to give
Bro.
himself credence. He eventually turned on his psychologist once he told him that masturbating once a day qualified him as hypersexual. Besides using his Twitter to like furry not safe for work and retweet vile things I don't
Wait.
dare utter, he would occasionally post videos of the stray dog he had adopted. If this wasn't enough of a red flag, there's even one where he looks to be nude. Thankfully, it seems that he lost custody, if that's what you call it, of the dog in question.
Oh, thank
Hopefully he
God.
didn't do it any harm, but given his history, I wouldn't count on it. Even
Yeah.
if this particular dog got away unscathed, it does seem that Sean relapsed into zoophilic contact and was hinting that he'd filmed it and was willing to share it. In one instance, he even posted a picture of his genitalia, to which the first reply was someone suggesting that it looked disease-ridden, which is par for the course considering where that thing has been. With the attention on Quantum Kitty reaching its boiling point
Right.
during late 2021, it began dwindling almost immediately after. This was
Is there a
demoralizing
single
for the people who
therapist
wanted
in the
justice done
world that
against
will,
him, and
that will say
satisfactory
that
for Sean, who
zoophilia
noticed the unwanted attention
isn't
he had on
wrong?
him, slowly left to go attach
Like,
himself
I'm
onto
pretty
some
certain
other
all of them be
degenerate.
like, okay, maybe
After
you
it had died
shouldn't
down
do
enough,
that.
returned to his usually scheduled programming, bold as ever, knowing he had gotten away with it. By early February 2022, Winter Green, one of the people who gave Coyote Lovely information, made a thread on Twitter saying, "Just got a bit of bad news, folks. We have a certain quantum level problem. Apparently, Quantum Kitty is back in action, and doxing. After attempting to ruin Coyote Lovely and a few others, Sean is trying to dox anti-zoos. There are people trying to release information about someone who's a good person for both communities, zoo and anti. I highly advise you stay away from Quantum, do not interact, and report Sean to the proper authorities. If you have anything verifiable on him,
Authorities.
report it to his platoon commander.
Who is that at this
report it to
point?
the FBI. Yes, by UCMJ standards, he is committing a federal crime. Report it to his local authorities if you know his locale. This is a dangerous individual, and he's willing to ruin lives. For his own gain, for revenge, he's willing to hurt people, and he doesn't care who. Let's get this person the consequence he deserves for actions, including beating his disabled brother and a family dog. Despite being a motivating war cry, especially with the information that Sean's bestiality qualified as a crime and would get him in trouble in the military, Sean's situation continued to languish in obscurity for a while. If the appropriate authorities were notified, they either didn't care or couldn't do anything. At least, that's what everyone was thinking until about 9 months later, when a shocking news article would surface. Local news reported that Sean had been charged with 1 count of aggravated animal cruelty and that he was arrested, though he was released on a bond of $1,500. According to the article, investigations began in June of that year, and the detective suspected Sean was potentially torturing and having sex with animals at his house, a story corroborated by multiple of Sean's neighbors. With a couple weeks of investigations, search and seizure warrants were executed, and a significant amount of evidence was found of Sean engaging in animal cruelty as well as, you guessed it, bestiality. On his phone, a video was uncovered of Sean masturbating his dog, which was shared with someone he was talking to over a messaging app, presumably Telegram. He also offered this person he was talking to the opportunity to have sex with his dog. The article closed with the mention that it was expected that other charges would soon follow. While other people took this to mean Quantum Kitty's days of being a zoo online were done for, he was still extremely online and trying to act like this was business as usual for him. In one particular exchange, just a couple of days after his arrest and bond release, he said, "I'm still here, don't hold your breath, sweetheart," followed by an admission to being a necro-zoo sadist. Additionally, he would make the following statement. "I don't know what antis are celebrating. I'm not going anywhere, Lamau. By the way, I turned myself in and was there for 5 hours and got out without paying a dime." The bravado he was putting up to people on Twitter wouldn't last long, as just a few days later, he created a GoFundMe page for himself. The description read, "Hi, Sean here, though you probably know me as Quantum Kitty. Recently, law enforcement launched a bogus crusade against me and charged me with aggravated animal cruelty for supposedly giving my dog a handjob. Now, legal expenses are quite high, as you can imagine. Donate to help me, my dog, and the community as a whole to fight this in court." As you can imagine, this pitch wasn't very attractive, and coupled with his demeanor on Twitter, he wasn't able to muster anyone's support. As a consequence, his tone slowly changed as time went by,
What an
and he
idiot.
noticed that the walls were closing in on him. Eventually, his entire online presence would be wiped, probably in an effort to stop law enforcement from finding more things to charge him with. Well, all online presence except for one remnant, which would not only stay up, but stay active. One of his many alternate accounts, Valence the Deer, not only continued to post,
Why do people
but also
have
got
so
him in
many?
even more trouble.
Like, why do you have
Other than
alternate
the drawn
accounts?
zoophilia he posted indiscriminately,
I have the one,
he also
that's it.
routinely tweeted out pieces
I have
of
my
poetry
one
he
account,
wrote,
that's it.
which are as enthralling as
Why
you
would you
would
want
expect,
more?
along with the update on his court situation. He also wrote poetry about the court situation to express how the world unfairly persecutes him for being a kind, lovely human being. Prodigal son of the darkness, how forthwith you have returned. Dejected seeker of love, you once again have been burned. Far too late did you realize all the faults that you had amassed. An unbearable price you now pay, you'll never escape your past. Too soon the mask slipped, and a monster is all I could see. You sorrowful martyr of misery, now you will never be free. And now they will discern what truly lies inside, the passion I so long to share, the love
Jesus
I wish no longer to hide. The scarlet letter that stains me, to hate me is their duty. To them I see a beast, but secretly dreams of beauty. No second chances for I, just a lamentable waste of benevolence. Too late I was to discover the compassion I had in such prevalence. Verily, it was a fantastical thinking, contrived by my tired mind. There is heaven for the cruel, but the devil waits for the kind. It's time I've stopped dreaming and recall the lessons of old. Any hope that I have will forever and always be merely fool's gold. So pretentious, it almost makes you forget that this is about him getting arrested for masturbating his dog. Other than these horrors, one thing that stood out on his Twitter account is that he routinely retweeted
And probably all the
added
fucking
account
videos
of
he has
another
on his
furry
phone
he was
of him
attempting to
doing other
establish
shit.
contact with, Rorek, a prominent figure in the furry community. Some have speculated that the reason behind Sean's only remaining account being the one where he roleplays as a deer is due to the fact that he wanted to get with Rorek, whose persona is a reindeer. The details behind it are murky and haven't been disclosed as of yet, but on the 27th of December 2022, Rorek filed a lawsuit against Sean for stalking, which resulted in him being arrested once again on January 7th, from what I understand of this legalese. Concurrently with this, another 5 charges were added to his animal abuse case from mid-2022, and as of February 6, 2023, Sean has been criminally convicted, accompanied by his online radio silence.
Yeah, they have like
Hopefully, this pans out with Sean being behind bars
they
and
would have
on
got
a
his
registry
phone.
that prevents him from ever coming near an animal again in his
I
life.
wouldn't be surprised if he
However,
had
we should always
multiple
prepare for the
videos
worst,
of him
given
doing
how
stuff.
unequipped certain jurisdictions are to deal with these kinds of cases.
Is it illegal to have sex with a dead animal?
Whenever I decide to make the masochistic decision of investigating a zoophile, I never leave unscathed. Partially because their crimes are so heinous, but also because the research goes from just being a rabbit hole to a spider's web of connections to other equally disturbing individuals, with their own unique villain origin stories. For whatever reason, perverts of all kinds seem to have a compulsive need to expound upon each and every one of their nightmare-inducing thoughts to other people, and zoophiles
Yeah,
are
I don't
no
understand why they're
exception.
so
This
comfortable
means that,
with it.
inevitably, they band together into enclaves of interwoven Twitter accounts and social media presences. They spend their days affirming one another's mental illnesses in an echo chamber of depravity. They often create lists to block en masse anyone who objects to their crimes, so they can tune out any semblance of a consequence for their actions. At the end of the day, the only thing that could possibly nag them is their conscience, if they still have one. I've been
They
Turkey
don't.
Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time,
That's why they keep
leave
doing
me
it.
alone.
Turkish Thomas. Well, that was a fun video. Let's do that. Do this. Do this. Okay. Where's my... Wait, where'd it go? There it is. Okay, we're gonna get to 1600, and then I'll end stream. Bro, that was like... bad shit. Oh, I could probably unplug this now. I don't need to be like... I have this in my ear. My ear hole. Oh, okay. What? Oh, I was fucking around with the sound. Wait, what? Did my speaker break? Oh, I think my speaker broke. There we go, I fixed it. I'm a genius. Now I can watch my ducks. Ow. Oh, Trubbish. Oh, bro, I have a hard time watching videos about people who diddle kids. Like, it's just something I don't really like watching. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like it's kind of good to watch them because then you know to avoid the people and why. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's difficult. They're difficult to watch. And those videos that we just watched are also like in that boat, I think. I don't really like people who diddle animals too much. They're easier to get through than like the ones about pedophiles, but still kind of difficult. But it is very sad to know like how many people there are that are like doing this stuff. And I can't believe like how open they are about doing it too. Like, it's crazy. Like, it doesn't seem to bother them at all. That they're just telling everybody online that they're doing this shit. Like, if someone came to like back when I was in school and stuff, if someone came into school and was like, "Hey, I fucked my dog." Oh, there was a girl that did that. Now that I remember, there was a girl who did that when I was going to school. And I think it was a guy who also the guy got caught. That's what it was. So a girl came into school one day. This girl I went to school with, and told her friends that she had gotten her dog to like lick her. She put peanut butter on herself and got it to lick her. And thought that like, because to her it felt great, so she was telling her friends how good it felt. She thought they were going to be like, "Oh wow, that's crazy, we should do that too." I think that's what her thought process was about it. But instead they were like, "That's weird," and then told everybody in the school about it. And that girl got made fun of for like months. Like, I assume she was still getting made fun of about it after I left. So I don't know how long she got made fun of, but like it was like months later when I was leaving school, and she was still being made fun of. And the guy, one of his friends came around to hang out with him or something, and he peeked over the fence because he heard noises, and he was like, "Oh, he must be in the backyard playing." And when he looked over the fence, the guy was having sex with his dog. And then the next day at school, he told everybody, and once again, that guy got made fun of. But like, these people online are like them, just say it, and like, if they just don't listen to people making fun of them, or the people making fun of them gets drowned out from people that are supportive, I guess. I don't know, but like, it's crazy. Why do you feel so comfortable telling people online, you fuck dogs. Like, what's wrong with you? What went wrong in your brain for you to think that's good? There's another Trubbish over there. I like Trubbish. Rubbish. I guess since they fuck dogs, they just don't have any shame, maybe? I don't know. It's annoying though. Hopefully the next video we watch, because I might play this again tomorrow, because I want to play more Pokemon. So tomorrow we might just react to Christian. And we'll react just to Christian. I don't know how many videos we'll react to, but maybe a couple. Eat the ducks. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Eat up ducks. Eat up. Nom nom nom. Bro, ducks are so cool. You don't like ducks. Bro, I can't stop yawning. Getting sick kind of sucks. Yeah, feed the ducks. Nom 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 nom. Feed them. Nom 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 nom. I mean, I could just like... Hold on. There you go. You guys can see the ducks too. I'll just leave them muted though. Nom 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 nom. Palate cleanser after watching the horror of those videos. What? Bro, I don't know what my niece did to my keyboard, but it hasn't worked right when she's been around. Man, she is like, it's fun hanging out with her, right? I have a great time, but like, she is like a lot to handle. Like she was here for all of like 10 minutes and she touched everything. She moved my keyboard, she moved my headset, she moved everything and touched everything. It took me a hot minute. I was like, why the fuck isn't my keyboard working when I turned the computer on after she left? She turned it off and it didn't click to me that she'd turn it off for some reason. Bro, she was crazy. She touched everything, she moved everything. Like, she wanted to play on one of my DS's, so I gave it to her. 10 minutes later, she had had enough. Didn't want to play on it anymore. It's like... She has crazy ADHD. It's insane. But it's also really fun hanging out with her. Got some Hungry Jacks for dinner. It was great. Great time. But yeah, I've gotten sick again. I don't know if I got it from her or if I got it from going out. But I definitely have the flu. Bro, my forehead is on fire. But I'll live. Worth it. Although, yeah, I forgot, which, you know, I guess it's just me. I guess you guys got to get used to it at some point. I forget so much. I was talking to Benny, and he reminded me that I should tell you guys I'm not streaming. I was like, okay, yeah. Well, I don't even know if I said okay. But I was like, yeah. Oh no, the ducks froze. Ducks. There we go. I don't even know if I said yeah, but I was gonna tell you guys, and then I think that was when my mother picked me up. I just forgot, and then I just did things. I was just doing things with her, so I just completely forgot. And later on, I was sitting reading, and I got a notification about it was a hype train. Cool. Yeah, I got like a notification. There's something on YouTube. I don't remember what it was. But because I got that notification, it was on YouTube. I was like, ah, crap. Yeah, I forgot. So then that's when I made the post. Yeah, I completely forgot. And if I hadn't gotten that notification from YouTube, probably wouldn't have remembered. Hey, Rogue. Okay, one more encounter. Like, let's go to it now. Get rid of the ducks. What was that about Mr. Beast? Has he done something else? Here it is. Forgot to tell you, PBs. But we should just blame Simon. Whenever something like that happens, just blame Simon. It's all his fault. Always a safe bet to just blame Simon. But yeah, I posted a picture of this adorable puppy. Yeah, I completely forgot. I'm not gonna lie. I just forgot. What's this? Mr. Beast is 100% fucked now. Fair enough. There's so much shit. Aw, man, what have I done? Is this because they watched that furry lady clean her suit? Am I gonna get furry content now? Wait, what? Maven's cool. I like Maven. They got caught stealing in Japan. Okay, Aki. Calm down. It's not that deep, bro. Oh no, there she is. Should we sub? Maybe I should sub. I liked her video about cleaning the fursuit. How many subs has she got? Bro, what the fuck? She's got so many subs. Huh? Why do you have so many subs? What the fuck? 5. She was last live 9 months ago. When was the last time she did a video? 5 days ago. I think it for a minute. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, why is this kind of sexy? Am I scaly? Maybe I'm scaly, not a furry. So does she like? Does this furry lady like? Oh, okay. Well, lucky then. Does she just make like VR furries? Is that what she does? I don't understand. You know, probably the best job to have if you were like a furry, right? And you liked being in fursuits. Probably the best job to have is making fursuits, right? Because like you wouldn't have to really work. You would make so much money. Should we watch one of these? Okay. She's not really my cup of tea, I would have to say. But your video on how to clean fursuit was really good. Was a really good video. Wait, what is this? Oh, she's making a hyena. Wait, does she draw? Oh, I like her drawing. Wait, if this is her drawings.
It's a hyena base because Free Base Friday this time is hyenas. That's crazy. Okay, let's just
Wait,
move on. Is
this her drawing?
Last Thursday, I think, the 27th of April. Yes, the 27th of April was National Hyena Day, and I could not decide what base to do. A lot of you left wonderful suggestions on the community tab.
There's a National Hyena Day?
I was talking to a friend of mine and saw it in a couple of the comments. People had suggested hyenas. Just so happened to be National Hyena Day on Thursday, so I was like, aha, perfect. It was meant to be.
That's supposed to be its belly button? What is that?
I haven't drawn one before.
Ah, it's its behind. Got it.
So this was definitely a unique challenge to try and capture the head shape the way I wanted it to. I was definitely referencing a lot of...
I'm not gonna lie. She's really good at drawing. I like her drawings. Wait, can we skip to like when she colors it? Why is it purple? Ah, it's like a blue. Okay. Gotcha. Bro, no way.
Little marking. So.
Bro, what? She's so good. Does she do commissions? Maybe we get her to draw me a duck. A good duck. I get a like. I'm gonna sub. Why not? Bro, that's really good. You can't not look at this and say it's not good. That's good. And she has a couple more where she draws. Yeah, she's really good. Bro, her art's pretty good. I like it. Bro, is it crazy or like she has 171,000 subs, right? Well, let's tell me when she like made her channel. 2015. Okay. When did I make mine? Or when does it say? Because I made it and then I didn't do anything with it for God knows how long. So it's kind of off. What does it say? 2014. Yeah, I think it was like a year or something that I didn't really do anything with. The reason why I'm saying that is because I have 563 videos. Which, I do have videos. I don't know how many. But I do have videos, as you can see. But they're all live streams from my other channel. Or the 24-hour live stream that I cut in half. The Assassin's Creed 3 one I couldn't put up, so. But yeah, like, which means that this 563 videos are actually live streams. I have nearly 600 live streams. Which is just crazy. Cause like, you go to like, well, Tom's probably like, we can't really go Nux and all, can we? Cause like, well, maybe we can. He makes videos, which is kind of different. Yeah, I was gonna say 2K videos. Because sometimes he posts like a couple videos a day. I wonder if we can like find like another gaming channel maybe instead of these commentary channels. Because I'm just curious. What about Skew? Where's Skew Chan? What's she at? 115. Yeah. But like, does she stream every day? I don't even know. I'm just like, I don't know. I think it's like it's crazy how many live streams I've done. Like, and she's got 224 videos, but a lot of them are only like a minute. It's like, how do you have more? But your art's really good. I like your art. I like your art a lot. I also like Skew Chan's art. I don't know if she's the one that draws it, but if she is, I think she may be. She's really good too. Boom. Okay. Yeah, so tomorrow we're probably going to play more Pokemon. Because I want to play more Pokemon. We might hit 2K encounters. Wait, what were we at today? When we started? I don't even know. Wait, maybe I could... Wait, hold on. I'll go back in the VOD. And have a look. 250. Okay, so how many encounters is that? 350 encounters? Right? Yeah. We could probably do 400 encounters tomorrow. Easy. Unless we find the shiny. But, you know. I don't think we're that lucky. And then, at some point, we're probably gonna jump back into Dark Souls again. Because I really want to play Dark Souls as well. I'm having fun with that. But yeah, while I'm like sick, I think Pokemon's probably better. It takes less brain power, in my opinion. Like I feel like playing Dark Souls while I'm sick is just gonna make me mad. Because like that last stream that we did with Dark Souls, I was already I think that's when I started coming down with this. And bro, by the end of that stream, I was so like done. I don't think I was mad. I think I was just like super frustrated and like tired. I had a headache. Like it was there was too many things that I was feeling by the end of that stream. But like yeah, like exhausted. It was probably a good way of saying it. Because like after that, I think I spoke to Benny a little bit and then I just went to sleep. It would have only been like, I don't know, 11 or 12 at the time. In the middle of the day, I think. Wait, let's have a look. How long did I stream it for? Stream for like 5 hours. Yeah, so it would have been around the same time as now. Yeah, I just like I was done. Went to sleep. That's probably what I'm gonna do now after stream. You just crash. Why do I have so many notifications? Your video guide to streaming games on TikTok. No, thank you. I do not want to. I do not care about TikTok, to be honest. Okie dokie. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Pokemon. If that's what you want. Oh, I just realized something. Why don't you guys tell me these things? I should make this smaller because it's kind of like taken up. Like it's overlapping. That's the word I'm thinking of. Go like this, and then go like this a little bit. Is that good? Maybe what? Oh! I've made a mistake. Oh, I've made a mistake. I've made a continuous and lack of judgment. Okay. There we go. That's better, right? Is it still overlapping? I think it could be. Hold on. There we go. I like that. There we go. Perfect. No one told me this. Makes me sad. Why you guys tell me things when things look bad? Anyway. Oh, should we give Dick a like a Pokeball maybe? For the Pokemon streams? Wait, hold on. Do I have one? Do I have a I think I might have a Pokeball PNG. Hold on. I might. Give me a minute. I'm gonna have to turn it upside down though, otherwise it's not gonna make sense. Where would I put it? I think I'd put it in here somewhere, right? Oh, it's a shiny charm. I mean, we can give you a shiny. I got itchy nose. I can give you a shiny charm. That might work. I might give you a shiny charm as well, but I'm pretty certain I have a Pokeball. Do I not? Oh, I do. Here we go. Boom. There we go. That works. Meow. And then we just need to like spin it. Like that? Yep. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Now you guys have a Pokeball, right? And then now we'll add the shiny charm as well for you guys. Shiny charm. So that way you guys are all like fancy now, right? You guys are my little helpers. Where the fuck was that again? Was it in here? Yeah. Boom. Okay. Oh, bro, it's tiny. What? I'm just hanging off your pee-pee. There we go. Hanging off your pee-pee like that. Looks good, right? I mean, we'll move it a little bit. Oh, bro, why is it like clicky like this? It's a bit clicky. Go like this a little bit. Like that. Right, and then that. Is that good? That looks good, right? There you go. You got the shiny charm hanging off your pee-pee. And then you got a Pokeball. Look, you're all cool now. Just like in the Dark's Soul stream. Dark Souls 3. You're the guy that you're the one that's holding my Estus flasks. How cool is that, right? You're my minions. My little helpers. Yeah, I'm ending stream, okay. My dog's like getting up me. Yeah, are you coming to yell at me? Yeah, I was just doing things. Okay. Yeah, I'm ending stream now. Would you like to hold hands? Okay. We'll hold hands. Your baby, you know that? Yeah. Okay. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, leave a like. If you would like... What? Yeah, I'm holding hands. If you'd like to see more, subscribe. But, till next time. Hooroo.